Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Are you ready for the pre-release day? There doesn't seem to be any changes. We're Monday, but there's no new version, so that's good stuff. No, can we reschedule? Oh damn. Fuck, I wasn't ready for that answer. No, we cannot reschedule. I shouldn't have asked if you were ready. Fuck, sorry. Oh man. Quick, change the subject. Chat? Yeah, I don't know. I read something yesterday that fucking... It went hard on the first chapter, but it really lost steam afterwards. It was called Giant and Sister, or Sister and Giant, or something like that. You still have a special place in my heart. What is that name? I know, but yeah. The premise was good, but the story was shit. The story wasn't even shit. It just... It had like an opening chapter that was deserving of a 10 out of 10. And then the actual series was like a 7. You know? Anyways, will you start with Llama or Flynn's? I'm still not sure, honestly. 7 is fine, yeah. Maybe it's more like a 6, but oh well. Is this today? Oh, it doesn't have to be today. I have enough. GG. Okay. Then is this today? No, wait, wrong one. It's not. Then is this today? No, it's not. Okay. That means today will be spent obtaining these. Any helpers in the chat who will allow me to invade their world?
I'll take care of it.
I don't need you to join my world. I need me to join your world. Has the pre-release already happened? Buddy, I've been live for 7 minutes. Calm down. You need to teleport out, I'm pretty sure. It's not gonna respawn if you teleport that close.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Try and stop me.
Okay, fuck you. Pre-release before Ask the Jeff. Sorry.
Grab the engines.
Let the show begin. Yeah. Oh,
Light of the blazing sun.
Big stream when there's a tilted video where Zajef is playing Urgot, bro. I swear, man. I don't want to talk about that one, okay? Oh, that's pretty good. All right, you guys need to understand. All right, I was coerced. All right, I asked him what champ I should play because he was doing a video showing, what was it, Mel? Like trying Mel top on PBE, and I was like, yo, who should I play? Like, what matchup do you want to show? And he was like, Urgot. I was like, I can't remember. I don't think I've played Urgot since the rework. And he was like, okay, bet.
Pyroclastic surge.
Okay. You sure the balls will respawn if you just stand there? They only respawn if everyone in the world, consumes resin for the Leyline Blossom to revitalize. If everyone in the world revitalizes the Leyline Blossom. So if you go in co-op on someone's, like in someone's world when they're world level 9 to increase your drops, and they've already finished farming for the boss that needs the mats, you have to teleport out.
Grab the engines.
Okay, fucking collies.
help protect us.
You got this, right? Alright, bet. That's worth walking. Why is the character order important in Honkai Star Rail? I can't. I can't. Hi, how are you, Zajef? I'm alright, actually. I'd say I'm pretty good.
Add
How are
our-
you, Mika Z?
Thank you for
Zajef plays Star Rail? No, I don't.
Extra Abyssosk. Well,
I played Star Rail for a little bit. Haven't played in a very long time. Haven't played since I lost my 50-50 on the original Boot Hill banner, I think. So, yeah, it's been a while. Oh, are we Monday? We are Monday. That means I can go to Sumeru. Because Sumeru is the region we're working on right now. Right? Up. Teapot max. It's not max right now, but I will go for the teapot after reputation. Immune to Geo, no problem. Apples, no problem. Eremites, no problem. Billy Turtles, no problem. Wait. I clearly click navigate on this one, bro. Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Did I really talk to the wrong one? Nah, bro. I'm glad you've been enjoying them, Mikazi.
Rise with the sun.
It's kind of far from everything. Also, let's bring our real team.
Gonna be epic.
I'm also gonna have to get these.
Ow. Where did that come
Oh, I can't even get this right now. That's annoying. We'll do that today then. We've got a bunch of stuff that we can work on other than you know what? Let's drop the white iron chunks. We are gonna need a bunch. Might as well grab them when we see them. What?
Burn it down.
There's a Dendroculus right here. It's down. Oh, it's inside here. Oh, you need the crystal chunks for weapon XP? Probably not. Weapon XP is like such a scam.
Who ate a...
What the? Oh, was there a specific order? It appears there was. Whatever, let's just fucking kill this so we can do it without having to worry about getting or aggroing him.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
What the... Wasn't there a Dendroculus? Did I get it without noticing? Yes? Am I an idiot? Isn't that kind of impressive to get it without noticing? Like in a bad way?
Try and stop me.
There we go.
Light it up. Hey, not a bad haul.
Okay. Oh yeah, let's get Ben out on the team real quick. Oh.
Rise with the sun.
Quick as a flash.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Ray outlines your face.
Light up the blazing sun.
Alright. Next one. Someone tell King Jeff to make a comms guide specifically for dire clears.
Rev the engines.
What do you mean by that? Invulnerable to pyro. How do I kill this? What am I gonna do? Alright, Inefa, it's time to earn your keep.
Commencing
Do I have Aoife on VV right now? Dot. Do this anytime.
Witness the power of the body. Know my soul. Odds revealed. Yeah. Cleanup sequence initiated.
This will do, I guess. Ah. Why did you pull for Inefa? Because I'm planning on going for Flens. Invulnerable to cryo, no problem here. What's this? Matter, right? I need level 9 for the first thing that matters. That kind of sucks. It'll be a while, I guess.
Anyone need a coach?
I'm not opinionated, and I feel very strongly about that. So I'd appreciate if you kept that thought to yourself. There's an Oculus this way. Let's just go get it. Oh. Yeah, let's put Fischl on the team while we're in Sumeru, because we need a bow user everywhere in this region.
In the name of the
You're being annoying. Where's the last one? Oh. Did I get all of them?
light it up. By royal decree.
That's not Eon-san.
Ring cutter. Wrath from the sky.
Oh, I did get all of them. I thought the first one I got was a thingy that shoots, not a thingy that is to be shot.
Something to add to my collection.
Let's mark this off on the map. Yeah.
Rise with the sun.
Do you know how much of an upgrade C6 is over C5 Eon-Sun for Verissa? It's not that big of an upgrade, honestly. The most relevant Eon-Sun constellation for Verissa is a C2. Right, because like Eon-Sun C6 is basically 26% pseudo-permanent damage percent. But Verissa already gets 100 by default from her set. Right? She gets
The rewards of an adventure worth their money.
40 from Eon-San's set. She gets up to 60 if you have C6 Chevaliers from that. Also, it's that way. Right. So you're like starting with such a high amount of damage percent that additional sources, while good, aren't like insanely significant.
Plastic surge. Incinerate.
Right? So the C6 is actually like not that big of a deal. So neither is C6 Chevy. Well, C6 Chevy is 60 damage percent. C6 Eon-Sun is 25 damage percent. One of those is twice as big as the other. Yeah, I guess it's the burst duration that matters more. That's a good point. Maybe it's better than I give it credit for, actually. The burst duration is kind of a big deal for those teams. I don't know. Oh, 20 promo achievement. What's that? Unlock all the shrines of death in this area, and then complete all the photos. That's probably not hard to do, so I should probably do that at some point. Thoughts about Hyperfridge with Razor as your main trigger? That's kind of sus. I like the idea, though, like, going for shatters instead of overloads. But the reason why Razor has been a good option for Thundering Fury is because on top of the reactions you get normally, you also get reactions from self-elemental infusion, right? So, like, not only do you get additional, reactions from Razor having a coordinated attack that hits at the same frequency as his actual attacks, but isn't an infusion, so you get hit with 2 elements at once,
Take a break.
right?
I'll use my fire to dry you off.
But you also self-infuse, so you get additional overloads on yourself.
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Or not.
You get additional reactions in the Hyperfridge. Yeah, but you don't get any reactions from... You don't get any reactions from the self-elemental application. And you don't really get Shatter and Superconduct. Right? Oh, nice. Because generally when you... Did the lightning on the ground just chain lightning to my character that only had Hydro on them? That's the first time I've seen that happen. What the fuck?
I got careless.
I don't even have Venom on the team, too. I replaced it with Fischl earlier. But yeah, as I was trying to say, you don't really get Shatter and Superconduct, because in order to get Superconduct, you need to trigger Frozen, and if you trigger Frozen, it likely means you didn't trigger... Superconduct. And your Electro app is generally going to be faster than your Cryo app, because our Cryo applicators aren't the best. So, you will get more Superconducts than you get... Shatters, and your Electro character, or sorry, your Cryo character will be the one getting the reaction. So you will get to, like, triple dip into building Razor on EM like you do in Thundering Fury. Basically, it sounds cool, but it just doesn't really work. The unfortunate reality is if you ever want to have a team that focuses on Shatter as a relevant portion of your team DPS, well, it will never be actually viable because bosses can't be frozen, so they can't be shattered. So if you wanted to make something, you'd have to make it so that you can trigger Shatter on bosses somehow. But two, it would have to be a character that's either Hydro or Cryo themselves. You would want to maximize your application of both Cryo and Hydro so that every single blunt attack triggers a Shatter. Right? Like, if you had a relatively fast Cryo application character, you could use them with Singto and, like, Eon San or some shit. Right? Give a passive that converts attack to EM. Give them somewhat decent synergy with the Electro buffers, so that they can trigger Superconduct without off-field application. Make them Cryo. That's how you design a Shatter-focused character with the current units we have. You could also just make it so that the character just fucking has a passive that says shatters deal 83,000 times more damage. But, like, that's lazy.
There's no end to this.
I really do, like, I've talked about this before. I really do think that they should have given Escoffier a passive that allows the frozen reaction to do something slightly different against bosses, but actually do something. Right? Like, give frozen a property like Quicken, where it just gets applied as an aura, and even if the enemy doesn't get frozen, like it doesn't get the effect of like not moving anymore because they're frozen, it still gets a frozen aura. Because like the frozen does work like Quicken. It is an aura, and it is a unique aura. It's just that that aura can't be applied on bosses. Instead of that aura not being able to be applied on bosses, it would be better if the aura could be applied on bosses, but bosses with the aura could still move. That should be a general thing, not a character passive. Yes and no. I kind of agree that it should be a general thing, but I also could understand if they didn't want to make it a general thing. Like, I don't hate the idea of bad reactions being used to balance out elemental interactions, right? Because, like, Shatter's purpose in 1.0 Genshin is to make freeze worse, right? And I don't think that's an inherently bad thing for the game.
The hunter becomes the hunted.
Right? Burning's purpose in 3.0 Genshin is mainly to make Burgeon worse. Well, like, that sort of thing makes sense, because if Burning worked the same way that Electrocharge does, Burgeon would just be objectively better than Hyperbloom. Because why would you ever play a reaction that is single target if it does exactly the same thing as another reaction that's AoE? Now, that doesn't mean I don't think that Burgeon should be better than Hyperbloom, right? Like, it's fine for one reaction to be better than another. But they would have had to design it differently if Burning didn't work the way it does. Did the people creating Burgeon thought it would go crazy on vapes? No, I think, okay. People very often dismiss Hoyo's balance, right? People write off Bennett and Xiangling as mistakes. I think that you're just not giving them enough credit. Like, I understand that I'm a theory crafter, and I've made it my job to optimize units for the past few years, right? But, like, it doesn't take this amount of attachment to realize that a character that gives a 1202 attack buff is going to be strong when the total attack you end up at on a general attack scaling characters is generally somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000.
Adventure team, assemble!
Right? Like, increasing your attack by more than 50%, it doesn't take a genius to realize that's pretty good.
Ow! Where did that come from?
Things are a little bit more complicated with reactions and the way they interact, but you also need to understand, like, they nerfed burning in 3.0. They didn't nerf burning by accident. They nerfed burning intentionally. There was a purpose to the burning nerf. And it's pretty obvious that when you look at what happened and the effect, right, you can somewhat guess what the intent was. And from that intent, you can pretty clearly see they kind of know what they're doing. Right? If it wasn't for the burning nerf, burning would have been insane at, like, by itself, fully sustaining pretty much any amount of application that is not hydro. How was burning nerf? Burning used to refresh the 2U pyro aura every time it ticked. Which means that you could have you could have a fucking official and who's a fast cryo? Ayaka? I mean, I think Ayaka's a good example, actually. You could have, you could use Ayaka Burst. You could have done, like, Bennett, Nahida, Ayaka something, and swapping to Ayaka, like, after one Bennett E, the Pyro would stay on the enemy permanently, basically, until your Dendro runs out. And it doesn't run out with Nahida, really.
And humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Do you believe in foul weapons also being as good as they are is also intentional? I think that's the sort of thing that's like half intentional. It's a sort of feature that probably wasn't intended on the first version of their design, but they realized how good they were very early, and they decided that that was acceptable for the game's balance. And honestly, I feel like it kind of makes sense. Like, if none of the 4-star weapons were good, no one would give a fuck about what you see here. The fact that some of the 4-star weapons are good creates an additional incentive to go for the banners. It's clearly a profitable decision for them. I think it took them a while to properly get used to how good they were. I think that they have made some stupid decisions as a result of FAV. Mainly signature weapons for old support characters, right? If you look at the old support characters and their signature weapons, right? You look at Kazo has a signature. You look at Shen has a signature. You look at Nahida's signature. And like those weapons are ass. But I think they realized it and they kind of moved away from it. There's still a few exceptions here and there, like Sijuin, but Sijuin it's kind of different, right? Sijuin's signature, I think, is the highest increase from a signature weapon in the game. It's just that Sijuin is so dogshit damage-wise that it doesn't matter, and you don't give a fuck, and you don't get her weapon. Right? Above Limitus? I'm not sure. Right? But like, you look at the supports that got released afterwards, right? There's... Farina's probably the last 5-star support that actually wants Fav. And she only wants Fav in some of her teams. Chiori doesn't want Fav. Emily doesn't hate Fav, but she doesn't love it either. Shilonen does like Fav, but you don't play Fav over Peak Patrol if you have Peak Patrol. Escovia likes Fav, but her signature is a lot better. Same thing for Inefa. Yeah. But like, when you look at the older support characters, on a lot of them, Fav is just outright better than their signature. Right? It's not that I don't think they intended for Fav weapons to be as good as they are. It's that I think they didn't properly understand the implications of how strong they made Fav weapons until they saw the sales of the signature weapons of characters like Shenhe. And by the way, that's why Fork is as strong as it is, right? Because, like, they realized on a support weapon signature, most people just won't even consider getting it unless it's very, very strong. Inefa weapon is kind of meh. The thing about Inefa's weapon is that it's not good for Inefa, it's good for Flynn's. And like, it's not bad for Flynn's. Inefa's Sig is like around a 10% team DPS increase to a Flynn's team, which is about half one of Flynn's first 2 constellations. But it can actually be more than Flynn's Sig depending on what weapon you're starting from. Like, if you have a Jadewing Spear, it's very possible that you would see a bigger increase getting Inefa's Sig than getting Flynn's Sig. Because you already have a fairly decent weapon for Flynn's. Is engulfing good on Flins even at C1 Flins? Not really. C1 Flins wants to ditch the big burst pretty much entirely. Oh. Yeah. Stopped playing Genshin mid-Sumeru until last patch. Got back, trying to unbreak my account, somewhat free to play. To clear harder content. Should I pull for Llama, Iskafi, Farina? My strongest DPSs are Molani, Nilo, Yai, Xiao, Ayaka. Okay, that's... Out of those, I would say that you currently have a one real character, and it's Molani. Ayaka can be fine if you go for Iskafi, but the thing is, you also don't have Farina, right? In order to make your Ayaka team good, you would have to go for both Iskafi and Farina, and you would end up with a team that is worse than getting like Flins plus Inefa. Right? You would need to get two characters to make it good, and you can get stronger teams by getting two characters than what you can make with an Ayaka team. The fact that you have Nilo is a pretty promising sign for Llama. Llama has a decent amount of team flexibility, but Nilo teams right now are like really bad. But Llama is actually so powerful that she is going to make Nilo teams decent even in single target. And outside of Nilo teams, if you use Kuki, you can also play Llama Hyper Bloom. If you want to go for Siege and Onslaught, you're going to need 3 teams. So 2 won't be enough. So you should try to figure out what your third team is going to be. But out of what you have right now, I would say just forget about the fact that you own Xiao. Forget about the fact that you own Ayaka. Forget about the fact that you own Yai. For Molani, you don't really need to pull for any supports for her. You can make strong Molani teams just with 4-star characters. So you can make things work with that. They can be a bit more annoying to play, but at a baseline, I would rather recommend things that are a bit more annoying to play over needing to get additional copies of 5-star characters, right? And that's what one of Molani's biggest strengths is, that she has some of the best one-cost teams, right? Some of the best teams that only use one 5-star character. But yeah, so you probably already have a good Molani team, and since you have Nilo, you can probably make a fairly good Llama team once you get her. So I think getting Llama would not be a bad idea. Outside of that, I would make my decision on the third team just based on whatever's coming next, not based on what you currently have. Because like I said, right, I don't think there's any of the characters that you have right now that would make your teams given X amount of optimal 5-star pulls, right? Like if you can only pull for one 5-star and you go for that right now, the best one you can go for is probably Mawika. If it's 2 5-stars, it's probably Mawika Zitlali or Flynn's Escoffier, or Flynn's Inefa. No, there's another combination, maybe. Yeah. One thing I'll say though, if you just came back after Sumeru, you probably don't have Showers. And getting one copy of Showers is actually a pretty big deal. So keep an eye out for Showers on banners. And try to always stop right after you get a 5-star when you go for characters. That way you enter into each banner with 0 pity. So if Chevreuse is on banner, you can feel more comfortable sending wishes to try to get at least 1 copy of Chevreuse. The reason why Chevreuse is good is because she opens up team options just from owning her on your account. Right, like, building pity is not something that's ever gonna feel good. But just having 1 copy of Chevreuse on your account does almost as much as getting a copy of Farina or of Escoffier or of Inefa, I guess, if you're planning on going for Flints or shit like that, right? He's just really good to own. Thoughts on Llama for Hyperbloom for a newer account? No Yelan and Raiden. No Raiden doesn't really matter that much. No Yelan could be a big deal. I am going to have to do a lot of testing on Llama Hyperbloom team for people who don't have Yelan. I'm not sure what the best second Hydro would be for those teams. Unironically, the fact that Ino nerfs Llama's passive is so bad for those teams. It's so bad. You would use Ino otherwise, because Ino would actually be good. But losing the 15% crit to Hyperloom is really bad. Would be Flynn's ER requirement for Big Burst at C1 or 1? The thing is, you can't do Big Burst at C1 or 1. Like, at C1, just at C1 in general, you need to understand, right? Your skill cooldown is 4 seconds. Your skill duration is 10 seconds. Like, the Manifest Flame form duration is 10 seconds. In order to actually use 3 of the 4 second cooldown special skill, the Northland Spear Storm, right? You need to use 1 at the start, then like 4 point something seconds later you use the second one, and then 4 point something seconds later you use the third one, right? So that's like 9-ish seconds that needs to happen that way. If you add a Big Burst at the start, that 9-ish seconds is now cooked as fuck because, well, you now have 2 seconds of burst animation, and then you have 9 seconds, and that goes over 10 seconds. So then you'd have to use the burst before entering your skill stance. But that means you can't pre-funnel any energy, which actually increases your ER requirements even more. I would not recommend... And then on top of all of that, right? Your Big Burst is about the same amount of damage as your Mini Burst. Right? It's a tiny bit more, but effectively, all things considered, it's basically the same, right? We'll consider it the same, but we'll round up. By default, you get 2 Mini Bursts, and so getting the Big Burst rotation increases your burst damage in that rotation by about 50%. But the C1 doesn't increase the Big Burst damage. It increases the rest. So you now have 3 Mini Bursts. And getting a Big Burst on top of that, instead of a 50% motion value increase, it's now a 33% motion value increase. So it's harder to make work, and it represents less of an upgrade. In most, if not all situations, at C1, you don't use the Big Burst. You can use a Big Burst if you're against an enemy that gives you a fuck ton of particles in between mini bursts. Right? If you go back to full energy right after using a mini burst, you can use a big burst then. Right? Against enemies that give you a fuck ton of particles. Right? Against a way up, against I mean, I don't know if you guys knew, but the Cryo Secret Source Automaton, when you get it below the low temperature threshold on its like cryo bar, it gives you a lot of particles. If they make more enemies like that give you a lot of particles under a specific situation, you could use those particles for something on Flints. And you could do that even at C1, but you don't want to extend your rotation. If you have to extend your rotation to use the big burst, it's not worth it. You have to fit it in somewhere for it to be worth it. So yeah, all of that to say, at C1, generally, you don't really build for the big burst. There will be situations where it is optimal to use them, or to use it, but most of the time, you just ignore it. Bonus passive don't stack the crit on blooms and lunar bloom damage buff. The crit on blooms and the crit on lunar bloom passive, you only get one of them. You don't get both. What do you think are the top 5 DPSs as of 6.0? Neuvillette fell off hard after his Siege Onslaught, so I think it would be interesting to hear your opinion. Yeah, that's a good question. We can talk about it a little bit. So, like, the characters that are at least worth talking about, I'll include more than 5 for now. Who else? Obviously, we'll talk about Flynn's as well. Kinich? No, I don't think Kinich warrants a discussion here. Like, 6E perfect gameplay Kinich is not better than these characters. So, I don't think it's really worth talking about. Use Auron as Flynn's. I'll use Dory as Flynn's. Anyways. The thing with Neuvillette is... this is something I've talked about since, like, the early Neuvillette leaks. Right? This shit is frying me. What is that? Yeah. I get. Since the early Neuvillette leaks, I've talked about this. Neuvillette's kit inherently just works well and lends itself well to non-hyper-carry teams. Neuvillette is a character that gives you an incentive to have noticeable personal damage from the rest of your team. Right after Neuvillette's release, we got a character that pushed him into a pseudo-hyper-carry playstyle with Farina. And at the start of Natlan, we got a slight buff to that playstyle with Shilonen. But since then, we've actually had multiple buffs to the alternatives. Neuvillette is a character who gets a lot of his value from his quality of life. And in content like Abyss, where the DPS check is much lower than a general reasonable assumption of investment for someone who plays the game fairly often, quality of life is much more important than ceiling. The number you're actually interested in is not what GC Sim tells you the team DPS is. It's how long does it take the specific player piloting the team to kill an enemy with X amount of HP, right? And in content where the DPS check is much lower than the actual DPS, characters for which it is easier to achieve that threshold of clearing with 3 stars in time will generally be better than characters for which it is harder to achieve that threshold, even if the ceiling is significantly higher. But Siege and Onslaught changed things. Siege and Onslaught gave us content where the DPS check is not significantly below your actual team DPS anymore. There's going to be a lot of content where it's just barely below your actual DPS. And at that point, it becomes a bit more complicated, right? Let's make a chart. Or let's make a graph, okay? So this is gonna be Neuvillette. Sure. This is gonna be Neuvillette. Okay? And this is gonna be Maoika. So, when it comes to Neuvillette, it's hard to fuck things up, right? It's pretty easy to get around. Okay. As long as you have just a very, very surface level understanding of what your characters do, you'll generally do the Neuvillette things properly, and the DPS you'll be losing out on is from time lost when you're not sure which unit to swap to and you swap to the wrong one by accident, or you get staggered in the middle of a charge attack, or whatever, right? But generally what ends up happening is a, like, average player will get this amount of DPS in practice, and a good player that doesn't reset will get this amount of DPS in practice. What about Maoika? Well, with Maoika, there's a few more things that can go wrong. If you swap to the units in the wrong order in a Maoika team, you just don't meld. Just losing your melt by itself brings you here. And when you add in potential gameplay difficulties and stuff like that, time added to swapping to the wrong unit, the possibility for enemies to be in a state where you can't hit them, or a high resistance state when your burst hits, the average player's lower bound for DPS with Maoika is gonna be here. However, an okay-ish Maoika player that at least melts the initial hit and at least 1 or 2 charge attacks will generally be around here. And a good Maoika player will be around here. Alright? So if your DPS check is here, with Neuvillette, you never go below this. Even if you fucking suck at the game. With Maoika, you can go below this. However, if your DPS check, your DPS requirement is here, then with Neuvillette, you need to actually optimize your rotations and understand what you're doing fairly well to go past that. With Maoika, you pretty much just need to meld the initial hit. And if you're a bad player, and when you don't meld the initial hit, you can just press the fucking retry button, and it's not the end of the world. It's easy to tell what went right or what went wrong when what you missed is melting your initial hit. Abyss DPS requirement is here. Stygian Onslaught difficulty 5 DPS requirement is this one. And difficulty 6 is like here. Right? And so, for Abyss type content that is balanced around Abyss difficulty, a character like Neuvillette, despite having a much lower ceiling, is actually going to generally perform as well, if not better than Maoika. A casual player's fastest clear with Maoika will be faster than their fastest clear with Neuvillette, but they might need to retry a few times with Maoika, and they will not need to retry with Neuvillette. But for Stygian Onslaught, a fairly casual player can clear with Maoika, but they will never clear with Neuvillette because they just don't have the skill to reach this, or to go over this. And then for Dire, right, you need to bring this bar above. And you do generally do that either with like incredibly fucking great gameplay, right? Like here, you can probably kind of get there with really good artifacts. But for most people, it's generally you think about Dire through constellations or signatures. And with Neuvillette, C1, R1 can get there, but only at perfect gameplay. Right? For most people, they'll need something more even. Whereas with Maoika, R1 is enough. Right? All of this to say, Neuvillette is still just as good for Abyss. Neuvillette is still, arguably, the best character in the game for Abyss-type content. But Stygian Onslaught is more difficult than Abyss. If you are able to clear Stygian Onslaught, you are able to clear Abyss. And so being very good at Abyss-type content is just not nearly as impactful as being good at the Stygian Onslaught type content. Does that mean Neuvillette is bad? No, obviously not. Because even in Siege and Onslaught, he's still pretty good. I don't really like thinking about the game in terms of constellations, right? I started doing it a bit more because of my EU account, but that's not the main thing I want to focus on. So for now, let's talk about C0R0 Fearless difficulty optimization. I wonder what the top 5 would be for this. Like, Malika and Skirk are definitely in there. So let's think about the rest now. The thing with Arlecchino is, like, I feel like she could make it, but the fact that a lot of her good teams are just Malika teams but worse is kind of a big downside. Except for Overload. Yeah, but if you're looking at Overload or Arlecchino, she's just Verissa, but way worse. That can change a bit when you start looking at constellation stuff, because Arlecchino's early constellations are not completely dog shit, like versus C1 is. But like for C0R0 stuff, which I've made very clear is the main thing I'm focusing on right now. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So I don't think I would include Arlecchino in my top 5 nowadays. So I need to choose 3 units out of these 4, with this being Flint's. Llama. The question was for carries, and Llama doesn't really fit the definition of a carry. I do think Llama teams are in the top 5 for, like, teams. But the question was about carries. Isn't Flynn's a bit too restrictive? Yes and no. You need to ask yourself, what does restrictive mean, and why is it a downside? Restrictive means that you don't have that many variations, right? It means that you're fairly limited in the different things you can do. But why is that a downside? Why do you need to be able to do multiple different teams? I think being restrictive is not nearly that as bad as people think it is nowadays. To not get walled by elemental checks. The reality is that they are designing Siege and Onslaught to wall, like you said, units regardless of their element. right? Like, sure, Turtle's pretty bad for electro carries because it has high electro resistance, but even if it didn't have high electro resistance, you wouldn't play electro carries there because the electro carries all have a lot of hits. Good luck walling off my C6 Maoiga 250k DPS team. Just you wait for the Pyro Slime boss in Abyss. Bro, every time I see invulnerable to pyro damage in my fucking weekly reputation bounties, I shiver. On the EU account. 250k DPS with C6 Maoika. Maoika vertical investment is generally pretty multiplicative, which means that if you have like C6 R0 Maoika, you'll be at like, oh, it should probably be a bit higher than 250k. Would it be like 350k? But like C6 R1 Maoika with C2 Sitlali will be at like 900k. No, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but like you get the idea. Skirk was kind of cooked in current Abyss, especially if you didn't have Sitlali because she's so restrictive. Do you mean the last Abyss? Or current Abyss? Why would she be cooked without Sitlali? Against Nalan's Secret Source? Skirk can brute force this so easily. To climb the pillars. Oh yeah, I guess most people don't do the pillar tech, huh? Oh, you can use Dahlia, that's true! I forgot Dahlia wait, is that why they gave Dahlia the jump? It actually might be why they gave Dahlia the jump. That's so funny. When you say versatility is a great point for her in Siege Onslaught compared to Flynn's that can only be played in Electro / Hyperloom. I mean, in what way? What's content that would be good for Verissa but bad for Flynn's? I guess that's not true. There is content like that. Pyro Aura enemies is like that, but that's kind of it. Papilla wouldn't be that bad for Flynn's. But also, I feel like Night Soul stuff being bad for non-Natlan character is the equivalent of Nodcry stuff being bad for non-Lunar characters. So, like, it works both ways. And like, in my eyes, that part, they cancel each other out. So it's pretty much just the Lava Dragon stuff. Hydro-immune enemies, those are good for Flynn's. Flynn's teams do basically 0 hydro damage, so they don't get hurt by Hydro immune enemies. But then on top of that, if those enemies also have a Hydro aura, you can play Chevreur's Flins, and that's fucking insanely strong. Like, against Olpa, Flins is like probably the best C0R0 team you can do against Olpa, actually. Calget? I did. It's over 150k DPS. It's really good, chat. Where's Mavica Inefa? Yeah. That's what I was looking at. Anyways. Honestly, I feel like all four of these are, like, kind of on the same pedestal, depending. Like, each of these could be the best one, depending on your specific assumptions, right? Nevilet is the best at dealing with Abyss-type content. Mualani is the character that gets to dire levels of investment the more easily. Varissa is the character that gets to fearless levels of investment the most easily. And Flynn's is kind of like the second best at in all of these categories. So then I think it becomes a question of whether you can make them work with the other carries, right? You're assuming that you're playing Mawika and Sitlali, or sorry, Mawika and Skirk. Which of the remaining characters would be the best on your last team? So I guess yeah, I guess Nevilet is probably the one that's hardest to make work as a third one. Because neither of these characters use any of Linz's best teammates. For Varissa, Maika can use the Ansan, but she also has other options. And Maika can be a Varissa support, but she also has other options. So you don't really get punished too hard from playing Varissa when Maika's on another team. Molani, same thing. Shiloden is good for Maika, but she has other options. Molani is good for Maika is good for Molani, but she has other options. But then with Nevilet, you have to ditch Farina on your Skirk team or on your Nevilet team, and right now, that's actually kind of a big deal. That being said, I do see that potentially changing with Columbina. I kind of expect Columbina to fucking knock Farina out of Nevilet's teams. That would be so for real. But yeah, so I guess Neuvillette is out of my top 5 now. That's crazy. End of an era, yeah. I mean, I said all that, but I'd still rather shoot myself in real life than have to play Molani. So maybe I still put Neuvillette here. Because like it feels wrong. It just feels so wrong to have Molani like alongside these 4 units. That's a short. Chat, I will remind you, I don't say it often enough. I need to say it more often, okay? If you guys see something that you think is funny, clip it. One of the reasons why I don't post shorts is because I'm a very lazy individual. But if you guys start clipping when something short-worthy happens, it helps streamline the process. So make clips. Anyways. Are we getting paid for the clips? Good one. Have you seen this GC scam? For what I understand, this can't get at 6. Wait, what? What is this? What the fuck am I looking at, dude? You know, this is probably a smart thing to do. I've never really bothered with setups like this, but maybe I should. Maybe Zilali is better than I gave her credit for. Setups where you swap the Farina twice to stagger the application. To try to get both TTDS and Cinder City. I tried it a bit at the start and I was struggling to get it reliably, but maybe it's easier than I gave it credit for. Or swap the Zilali twice, that doesn't work. Because the TDDS procs on the first time you swap out a Seat Lolly. So if you swap the Seat Lolly twice, that means you also have to swap the Skirk twice. And that's just way too much. I don't think I got it there. It's hard to tell. We need to do this on a boss where we can see the aura. Yeah, it's probably very, very timing reliant. It might be too GC Sim assumed. Where was the Escoffier? There she was. Yep, 5. Did I have a waypoint? I did not. GG. Would it work better with a C6 Farina? I suppose it would. But I don't know how to feel about that.
Look out below!
No, that's fine. I didn't get the commemorative photo, but I'll survive. Do I have a Skirk team set up? I do.
Molly,
I didn't fucking swap to it.
you gotta use it or... Let the world fly! A little amuse-bouche! At first, show him you take! Get to work!
Yeah, that seems sus as fuck. They did do something different for the first one. No, it's not really. Wait. Oh! Oh, fuck you. How do they make this work, even? It shouldn't work. Something's wrong. I'm confused. Right, first rotation, Farina burst, yeah. Okay, whatever.
On to the freezer! Pinnacle of excellence! Show no mercy!
I guess it kind of works. I really hope we don't kill it. Check stats to see if you're getting the buff. I don't need to. I know I got the buff. The problem is having to wait.
Adaptive frosting! Juice on the loose! Yoo-hoo! Might wield. Time to shine! A little amuse-bouche! At first, showing you praise! Fulfill our pact!
Chat, maybe this is actually, like, reliable. The rotation does seem a bit longer because we have to wait. I'm gonna clip it. So let's just take a look at the rotation length here. We use... I want to start the clip exactly at the start of the Farina burst animation. Okay. So it's basically 21 seconds exactly. Okay. Well, shit, bro, that's probably better. Things are gonna get a little sus third rotation and up because Seatlolly's off-field cryo is gonna start activating, and that can end up fucking over your application. Because it doesn't activate at the right moment, right? Because you don't get the Night Soul generation from using Burst, because you don't use Burst. Right? Which means that you will end up triggering Seatlolly's off-field application from the added Night Soul you get from triggering Frozen. So it'll happen in the middle of your rotation instead of at the start, which means it can still be there during your setup at the beginning of the next one. And you also are going to have less Farina burst uptime on Skirk, right? Because now you open your rotation with Farina burst. Right? The duration is what, it's 18? So you now have 3 seconds of your uptime gone. But in exchange for that, you properly get the TTDS. That's worth it for sure. Yeah, so I guess it is better. Cool. I have my fast equip set up somewhat properly, I think. Yeah. Probably only worth if you're on Eshu. That might be enough to make it worth even if you're not on Eshu. Won't be better, but it'll be like about as much, I think. Huh, that's cool. Oh well. Oh well. We can go do the domain one more time. Do that. Put DDS on Seed Valley? Oh yeah, I should. Why do you dodge cancel on Skirk? I thought you said it wasn't worth it. If you fuck it up, you lose DPS. But if you don't fuck it up, you don't lose DPS. It's not really worth it for most people, but I play this game for a living. So why wouldn't I learn it? I fucked up. Misclick. GG. Plays for a living, by the way. Shut up. It's not like I can ever use this piece, but I might as well level it. Flat attack. It'd be really funny if I end up with like a fuck ton of ER on this piece. I do not, but that's okay. Yeah, okay, that's fucking pathetic. GG. Llama pre-release. Now we still have a few more things to do first.
Add thank you for add
Also, to go back on like the top 5 carries question from earlier, if we really don't want to be misleading, we kind of can't talk about top 5 carries because Llama Hyperloom and Llama Nilo are kind of better than the 5th best carry. So, yeah. Yeah. GG. GG. So Rita is basically top 5 carries. You get it. That's exactly what I mean. When I asked, I lost my Nefa 50/50. Is there any point in getting Flynn's if I get a C1R1? I mean, you can. If you want. Just go read the guide, little bro. Anyways, we should finish leveling this. We should have a bunch more artifact XP from the world bosses we've done lately. It'd be nice if we roll more crit, but I don't care that much. Because, it's a Bennett piece anyways. I would have still liked rolling more crit, but I guess it is what it is. Let's level this. Hopefully we get ER. That's not ER. Frick you. Look at my character pieces before I use them. Ooh, that should be locked. I don't know why I didn't lock that. Fine. Probably should lock this as well, just in case. ER, please. And maybe we see if this one rolls ER. It does, of course it does. Okay. I guess we go Dendro Damage Goblet on Bennett. I suppose this is our reality. Do I have enough? Not at all! And also no. GG. Let's go kill some rune drakes.
Gonna be
What about these? These I have enough. I'm gonna need to get these as well. Should probably get an Elper for that.
controlled breathing. Light it up.
Purple. No purple. That's fine. Oopsie.
The end. I'm going in. Wrath from the sky. Try and stop me.
What con is Bennett? C0. I'm resisting very strongly the urge to try to get his C1 on the banner. I will not. I'm not gonna get baited. I know what happens. I will not let hubris get the best of me. I refuse. I know better.
Light it up. Try and stop.
Hubris shall not consume me.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's burn it down. Light up the blazing sun.
Hey, we finally got our first fucking purple. My god, that took us a while. We cleaned out our map last time without getting a single purple.
Try and stop me. Everybody stand back. Light it up.
Hey, back-to-back purple. My goat. This is gonna be a little bit annoying, but we'll
Burn it down. Controlled breathing. Let's light it up. No, my sword. Pyroclastic surge.
Alright. What did I do? You ready for the new IT difficulty? I mean, on my main I am, but I don't know.
Quick as a flash. Start them. Rain outlines your fate. Full throttle.
Some credit is owed to you, so thank you again, and keep achieving your dreams. I hope you have an outstanding day. Thank you for the very kind message, Eggs Benedict. I hope you have an outstanding day as well. And I'm glad to hear things are looking up. pad the chatter. True.
Rise. Control breathing. Let's move.
I just missed my fucking E. Is this what I get when I'm wholesome to chatters? My abilities start missing?
Burn it down. Rise with the sun. Full throttle.
That'll show me to be an amazing influence on people's lives. True.
Stronger. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate.
How close am I now? 13 out of 18. We're not quite there. I don't think we'll get there.
Quick as a flash. Let me lead you a verse. Know my soul.
Yeah. I love your content, I just hate your music taste. You know, usually that would bother me, but with the song that's currently playing, that's understandable. I'll give you a pass this time. Just this once.
Rise of the sky.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Oh, good blue. Nice. I think one of them fell. Yeah, whatever. We need treasure hoarders too, so we might as well kill these.
Burn it down.
I got counted.
Hey, we get a blue. Very nice.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Ah.
That must be.
Rev the engines.
I love your content, I just hate the color of your wall. Dude, that's just, like, normalized fucking off-white.
Light it up.
What is there to hate there, even? Like, that's like the most normal wall color ever. I would understand disliking, but hating is like... That's a very strong emotion for a very... mundane thing. You know?
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Like, do you not have better things to do? Probably under, huh? Is it not inside here? Do I have to bring it in from outside? I do.
Full throttle.
Cringe. Wait, Where did bro come from? Was bro here when I went in? I feel like he wasn't. Oh well. +1 I didn't pay enough attention. I didn't manage to see the name. I saw the yeah. That's a precious chest? Why?
Something to add to my collection.
+10, I guess. What the fuck? I feel like Sumeru chests are so gacha. Like, sometimes you'll do a long-ass puzzle and get a remarkable chest, and sometimes you'll kill one slime and get a fucking luxurious chest.
Time to go to work.
Control breathing. Left. Right outlines your face. Rain cutter.
Meet again.
Light up the blazing sun! Rev the engines! Rev the engines!
Okay.
Hey, not a rise with the sun!
That was interesting.
Let me lead you a breath. Know my soul. Body and mind.
It's most certainly interesting. What in the pyro slime is this bullshit, man? I'm stuck.
Body and mind.
Okay, bro, fuck you. Okay, thank God these aren't pyro slimes, though.
Stronger. Witness the power of Gua. Everybody stand back.
Pyroclastic surge!
Rain outlines your face.
Alright. Very cool.
Excellent. Time to act.
Okay, the business? You know what? Nah, never mind. Okay. How many more do we need? I guess. Only one more. Okay. We're basically there.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Like lamb to the slaughter.
Try and stop me!
No.
Light it up!
Following orders.
Let's try to get a good angle on our burst. This is a good angle.
The blazing sun!
Yeah.
Rev the end!
Oh, we got real bad RNG there. What the fuck? Not a single green drop even. That's kind of impressive. Does that mean we were not even there yet? No, we're there. Okay. We've got what we need for this. Next is Windwheel Aster. So if there's any helpers that want to join my world with Klee to help me find the Windwheel Asters, I would appreciate that. Or Mika. Right? You can use Mika too. Is this a no helpers kind of day? It is not. Alright, bet. My goat.
Full throttle. Try and stop me.
Mm. Why did bro say none? What is bro doing, actually? Oh, here. I can't. How is it that you have a character that literally tells you where they are and I'm still finding them before you? I can't. I should get this Oculus, huh? Yeah, I guess I never marked the animoculi, so I'm not gonna bother starting now.
Try and stop me. Full throttle.
Hmm.
Stop me. Full throttle.
Why did bro teleport out? What? Why? Wait, he didn't. I'm so lost.
Rev the end. Try and stop me.
Oh, is that a C6?
Rev the engines.
Eh, better to just run there.
Try and stop me.
What the?
Rev the engines.
Not entirely sure what these carrots are doing, but okay.
Try and stop me.
Oh wait.
Rev the engines.
How did I go through those trees? What the fuck? Was that it? No, there's another one right here. How many left? Not many. This might actually be the last area. Yep. Alright, thank you very much for your help. Bennett. Character Ascension. Yeah.
Oh, ow. What is that?
I don't have any. Oh, that's kind of annoying. That's fine. Elemental Burst on level 8. Fuck. Oh, wait, no. I just barely have enough. Literally exactly enough. That's funny. Seems so bronze. A little unlucky, but it's fine. Alright. Good stuff! Our Bennett is a real unit now. Almost, actually. We need to finish this as well. But we need those. You know what? Can I invade someone else's world? Any helpers? Just to kill a few Rune Drakes. I should do Eon-san for the Night Soul generation on my second character. Enemies, Ruin Drake, Navigate, Yaw.
Control breathing. Pyroclastic surge. Full throttle.
Doesn't Bronze Lock drop those? I guess it does. I could just go do Bronze Lock. What's going on? Can I even do Bronze Lock on my account?
Light it up. Light up.
I don't need the Yon-san burst for this one. I get vapes from it. Oh, we got purple. Nice. It's not necessary. We'll get it from like 2 or 3 more.
Burn it down. Rev the engines.
Do you clear Dire on this account, or are you going to continue playing on it? Yes. Eventually,
To work.
this account will do the 180-second Dire.
Rev the engines. Rise with the sun.
Alright, we got enough. Like, that's the long term goal. We are so poor, by the way. We're below 2 million Mora now. That's cooked as hell, bro. Still. Our Bennett stats are starting to look normal.
Benny's adventure chip
Right.
assemble.
733 base attack. First level 8. This will do for now. And we also have enough ER. We're in a good spot now, honestly. Pretty happy with this. Can you do the lower stages of Stygian? I can do difficulty 4 by myself. I can do it in co-op, obviously, but because my Mawika team can do difficulty 5 in like 80 seconds, probably. And then I can't even clear difficulty 4 on my other teams. The Inefa team can probably clear difficulty 4, but it won't clear difficulty 5. No. Belly's Arius. C0R1 Flins doesn't have a way stronger incentive to use ult. It's kind of similar, it's just that the breakpoints are different, right? Because with R1, your ER requirements in the premium default team are 0, right? Like, you need 98% ER to get to 60 energy per rotation.
Instead of
But even on a character that doesn't care about ER, you generally end up with a bit of ER, right? And those rolls are effectively wasted on C0R1. But if you go for the high ER playstyle, those rolls stop being wasted. But it's also very possible that you don't have ER rolls. And if you don't have ER rolls, you don't have ER rolls, and there's no wasted rolls. Like, it is what it is. But an average artifact assumption, you'll generally end up with slightly higher quality when ER rolls are good. And because of that, in my weapon comparison for Flints, right? I have Blood Soaked with Burst, like 2 to 3% ahead of Blood Soaked without Burst. Right? This is Blood Soaked with ER Sands, this is Blood Soaked with Attack Sands. Right? But, like, they're very similar. It's just a difference in assumptions, really. Right, like 2-3%, that's like 1 or 2 substats difference. So it heavily depends on your artifacts, like your specific artifacts. Is Homa below 50% ever reliable? Flynn is actually one of the few characters that can get reliable Homa below 50. Right? Because the only way to get reliable below 50 is to have some source of HP consumption. And the only way to get that on a character that doesn't consume their own HP is with Farina. But with Farina, you pretty much always also want a healer to stack fanfare. Flynn's is pretty much the only character in the game that wants to use Farina, but does not want to use Farina's burst. Right, when you look at the Farina, like at Farina in the Hydro slot, right? She's at pretty much the same as C6 Ino. But Farina gets you 100% uptime on Homa below 50% HP. If your defensive utility is just Inefa and you don't have a healer. What if you use Burst? Is it a DPS loss? I should calc Farina with Burst, I suppose. But then it would have to be with a healer. And that's fucking cooked as hell. I'll be right back. I'm back. Anyways, you guys gotta understand, adding a Farina burst and a healer's burst into your rotation is like plus 3 to 4 seconds to your rotation length. It's so fucking bad. On top of the damage you lose from not having sucrose. We could actually do something for Farina with burst if you want. Like let's do that right now. Farina Shilonen. So characters. Burst Farina. Gonna be similar stats as this. But we're gonna need ER Sands. We probably get 13, 6, 4. Or probably 12, 5, 4. On a 19-second rotation. Maybe. Times 1.4. Nah. 1.3. You're not healing enough in these rotations. Burst. Farina, where are you? There you are. 19.4. Okay. But burst Farina rotation length is 19. GG. Okay. Oh yeah, good idea. I have to delete this. Then damage percent 1 plus if no 200 maybe times 0.25% times if wait, I'm an idiot. Whatever. This equals burst Farina. So this, otherwise it's 0. I'm gonna hope it didn't fuck anything up. I'm actually just gonna just write it again. If this equals burst Farina, it's 200 times 0.25%. Otherwise it's 0. Nefa is going to be less, like 150. And also 150. Huh? Now if we go burst Farina, our damage percent Is 50. Yeah. And then she is on 5 sword. We can't go Sucrose anymore. So instead we go Shilonen. On scrolls. And 5 sword. That's not that awful, actually. Like, it's not good, but it's not that awful. It's better than I expected. Alright, so... It's like 10% worse than no burst for Reyna. Instructor should let him be better here? No, it would not. The real question is, can you actually do it? No, you can't. I'm an idiot. It has to be 20. Yeah. GG. It has to be 20. Especially 94. Well, it's still not that bad. But it does become worse than just using I know. Yeah, we can add that. So we will split cell in 2. No burst. And then burst with Shilonen. 94%. Is it Inefa's best free-to-play weapon now Shovel instead of Kitane? Yes and no. They're basically the same. Ah. Okay, what do we do next? How would you split a Jadewing Spear and a Homa between Inefa and Flynn's? I would probably do Jadewing Spear, Flynn's, Homa, Inefa, I guess. Look at row 13 in your sheet. The premium team doesn't have Ino C6 now, making it the same as default. Yeah, but that's fine. The premium team is the sheet I work from whenever I change things. Right? The premium team always, it keeps changing all the time. But it's like this is the template sheet. So it's fine if it's not currently on the right thing, because this isn't posted anywhere. As long as I remember to work from this every time. And if I do end up posting it, I'll just select Dino C6 again. And it's the 109k. It doesn't matter. Ugh. Alright, chat. I think it's time. I think we'll do Flans today, not Llama. We'll do Llama tomorrow. Or maybe the day after if I don't feel like doing it tomorrow.
For justice.
Okay. So everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome! Hi to the Flynn's pre-release analysis, and this is going to be a big one. Nodcry is coming, and Flynn's is our first lunar reaction carry that we're getting, and so we're gonna have quite a bit to say about him. Before we get into any of the details, I want to quickly mention, I actually decided to write a guide for Flynn's. I haven't written a guide since 1.1, so it had been a while. But I wrote a guide for Flynn's. It's posted. I'll include a link to it in the description. But I made an in-depth guide that covers pretty much everything. There's a few things specifically that I cover in the guide that I think are missing from most guides out there. Mainly, I remember the second thing. What was the first thing? I forgot. It was something that people mentioned as like, I'm glad you put that in the guide. I've never seen that in a guide before. Fuck, what was it? Oh yeah. Mainly, investment priority list. of like a general benchmark of how much he likes each stat and what order to invest into him. And also, I have stat targets at 2 different levels of investment so that you can kind of compare to your stat targets and see if there's something wrong when you get him. Mainly, I think it happens very often that people do the wrong rotations, but they don't even realize them. Right? It's hard to tell that you're doing the wrong rotation if you don't know what the right rotation is supposed to be. It can be difficult to even know that you're doing the wrong one. And so the purpose of this is to both, you know, have a goal in mind of what stats you're trying to reach, but also I'm including damage numbers that you would, the damage numbers that you would see with those stats, so that you can compare what you're getting in game to those numbers and ask yourself, am I getting those numbers with those stats, or am I getting lower? Am I fucking something up? But yeah, and for this I'm using both KQM standard, which is what people assume for most calcs, and a exactly top where I would expect a top 1% Flints to end up on the Agacha rankings. Anyways, the guide is like very in depth. I put a lot of work into it, so if the pre-release doesn't cover everything that you wanted to know about him, go check it out. And but without further ado, we can get into the actual pre-release. So, Flins, base HP 12,491, base defense 809, base attack 352, crit damage ascension stat. He's an electro polearm. His defensive stats are fairly normal for a carry. Carries have gotten defensive stats on the higher side a lot more recently. This follows this trend. He has fairly high base defense, mainly. But his base HP is okay as well. So you shouldn't see any particular issues in terms of vulnerability because of the defensive stats. But, yeah. Base attack is pretty normal, right? It's on the higher side, but most carries lately have gotten a fairly high base attack. Crit damage ascension is good because there's a lot of ways for characters to get crit rate. So characters with crit rate ascension generally tend to struggle more with their builds because of the possibility to overcap on crit. So, what does Flins do? Normal attack, worthless. This is completely useless. You shouldn't even level it up. It is not worth the 12,500 Mora to get to level 2. Is it 12,500? I don't know, actually. Or is it 10 on the first one? No, it's 12,500. This is not worth it. Ideally, you should never see physical numbers on Flins. There might be situations where you do, but that means you fucked something up somewhere. Next, his skill, Ancient Rite, Arcane Light. Flins summons forth the ancient power concealed within his lamp and switches to his Manifest Flame form. This form has the following characteristics. Flins' normal and charge attacks deal electro damage that cannot be overridden, and he is unable to perform plunge attacks. Why is he unable to perform plunge attacks? I don't know. Even if he had a plunge attack, you wouldn't want to use it. So I don't really get it. But hey, you want it to be special, I guess. His interruption resistance is increased, and his skill is replaced with a special skill. Think of it like a Clawhind skill, where you use the skill to enter a stance that gives you electro attacks, and while you're in that stance, your skill button is replaced with an actual ability that does something. Right? In Chlorine's case, it's dashing forward. And in Flynn's case, it's Northland Spearstorm. Flynn summons a flurry of spears in front, dealing AoE electro damage and causing his elemental burst to be replaced with the special elemental burst for the next 6 seconds. There's a lot of steps to Flynn's kit. It's like it's a little bit intimidating at first, but it's not actually that complicated. Once he has used his special skill, the equivalent of that Chlorine Lunge, he makes it so that he can use a mini burst, just like Verissa can after doing an enhanced plunge attack. The special skill cooldown, unlike Chlorine, has an actual cooldown, and that cooldown is 6 seconds. That 6-second cooldown cannot be reduced by cooldown reduction effect, so Thundering Fury, or just like CDR stat from Chongyun's C2 from Animal Resonance, those things don't affect the cooldown of this special skill. Cooldown reduction effects will affect the cooldown of his actual skill overall, right? This 16-second skill cooldown is what will get reduced, not the 6-second Northland Spearstorm. Looking at the actual numbers, the normal attacks are pretty pathetic. They're not, like, completely terrible, but they're not good either. And as we're gonna see later, they also scale with different stats in his main source of damage. So generally, those normal attacks are gonna tickle. They're gonna be less than 10% of your DPS. He also has a charge attack, but honestly, there's no real reason to use it. Like, it's possible that his best combos will include some charge attacks, because it's possible that the charge attack is better than just spamming normal attacks. But it'll kind of be like the difference between doing a normal attack on your Bennett because you're on swap cooldown, right? You know how when you swap to a character, it puts your swap on cooldown for like 1 second? So you can't swap out immediately, right? I can't swap back. Character switching is on cooldown. It's the equivalent of doing a normal attack while waiting out that cooldown. That's what min-maxing his normal attack combos does. So the charge attack is pretty much worthless. You don't really care about it. The Northland Spearstorm itself is 300 motion value. This is still pretty damn low, right? For comparison, let's talk about another Electro character, right? Let's talk about Verissa. Verissa's skill, the enhanced one, is around 200. But Verissa actually builds damage percent, whereas Flynn's won't. So generally, this is going to hit for a smaller number than Verissa's skill, which is so insignificant in Verissa's damage profile that as a Verissa main, I have it at level 6. Basically, none of these numbers really matter. The main purpose of his skill is to enable the special skill, the Northland Spearstorm. It has a 6-second cooldown, and the stance change lasts for 10 seconds, which means that you will only be able to fit 2 special skills inside the stance. That being said, you have a bit of flexibility on when exactly, right? Because if you use it at the very start, 6 seconds later, the cooldown will be over, and you'll have 4 seconds remaining to your skill stance. So you can either use it immediately or wait a little bit. That does mean that he's not going to be particularly vulnerable to things that will interrupt him. he's not going to be too reliant on defensive utility, because you don't really get punished very hard for having to dodge. His actual normal attack combos are worthless and pathetic, and on top of that, you can still do his rotation as short as can possibly be done, even if you slightly delay your second skill, or your first one, for that matter. Anyways, I've said that his skill itself doesn't matter, but I haven't talked about what it actually allows you to do, right? So the Northland Spearstorm itself doesn't do much, but it enables you to use his mini burst, the Thunderous Symphony. I'll be referring to it as the mini burst throughout this video, or the special burst, but mainly the mini burst. Just remember that's what it is. So what is Thunderous Symphony? Consumes less energy than his actual total burst cost. To unleash a special elemental burst, Flins deals a single instance of AoE electro damage that is considered lunar charge damage. This is why these numbers don't matter. The fact that it's considered lunar charge damage means that it does not scale with damage percent. Instead of scaling with damage percent, it will scale with your lunar charge damage bonuses, which is what you get from direct sources of lunar charge damage, but also from elemental mastery. Moon Sign Ascendant Gleam. So, Nogcry is introducing racist resonances. We've had elemental resonances in the past, but Nogcry is introducing an additional team building explicit mechanic that is a yes or no question of, do you have 2 Nogcry characters on your team? If you do, you get Ascendant Gleam. And Ascendant Gleam allows certain effects. If you have 1 Nogcry, you're in Nascent Gleam, but the only things that refer to your moon sign are Nogcry related effects, so you're pretty much always at least in Nascent when the effects matter. And the question is basically just, do you have 1 Nogcry character, or do you have more than 1? If you have more than 1, you'll be an Ascendant, otherwise you won't be. Anyways, Moon Sign Ascendant Gleam, if you have at least 1 other Nogcry character with Flins, Flins' skill is enhanced. If there are thunderclouds nearby, which means if you have triggered the lunar charge reaction in the past 8-ish seconds, Flins will deal an additional instance of lunar charge AoE electro damage. The first one is 121.5%. The second one is 176.7%. So if you're in Ascendant Gleam, you do more than double damage. Now, if you're not familiar with how lunar charge works, these numbers might look low to you, and that's understandable, because the way that lunar charge works is not very intuitive. So, let's talk about the damage formula, right? Usually, on an attack scaling hit, what goes into the damage formula? Well, you have your attack, you have your damage percent, you have your crit. I'll separate in crit value, crit multiplier. You have enemy resistance, you have enemy defense multiplier, and you have the motion value, the number on the talent, right? And then you can also have elemental mastery and elemental mastery multiplier if it's a reaction. So, let's build a fictional character. Normal attack scaling character that gets 2500 attack. It gets the goblet is 46.6. Most set bonuses give you some form of damage percent. You can get damage percent from the rest of your team. Most characters that care about damage percent hover between 100 and 150 damage percent generally. Let's say 150. Your crit value, right? Let's say you're a 5-star character that ascends with crit. You got crit from your artifacts. Maybe your artifact set gives you crit. And maybe you got a weapon that gives you crit too. With 420 CV, you'll be at 100 crit rate to 220 crit damage, which will multiply your damage by 3.2, because all of your attacks will do 220% more damage. So times 3.2. For now, we just say that we don't have an EM multiplier. Right? An attack that doesn't trigger a reaction. Wow. Most carries end up with Shred on their team. The default amount of Shred that you get is 40% from VV. Some carries get a bit less because they use different sources. Some carries get more because they use more than one source. For now, let's assume 1.15. Enemy defense multiplier is based on your level and the enemy's level. If you're level 90 against an enemy that's level 100, it's going to be 190 divided by 390. And then you have the talent value. For now, let's just say 100% on a given hit. And what your damage formula does is it takes your attack. It increases it by your damage percent. So it's your attack times 1 plus your damage percent. Because it's increased by 150%, so it will be multiplied by 2.5. Then that crits. So this number is then multiplied by your crit multiplier. And then it can react. So this number is multiplied by your EM multiplier, if it reacts. In this case, it doesn't. Then this number gets multiplied by your resistance multiplier. In most teams where you have Shred against a default enemy that has 10% resistance to every element, is going to slightly increase it. And then this number gets multiplied by the enemy's defense multiplier, which will generally divided by about 2. That number that you have then gets multiplied by the number on your talent. And this is the damage you deal to the enemy. When I do my counts, I generally use a shortcut where I calculate this number, right? I do all of the steps except the last step of multiplying by your talent multiplier. And I add a line here. I call it the effective attack. Most people do it that way. And the effective attack is just putting everything together other than the last step. Generally, I don't include resistance and defense multiplier in the effective attack, but for the purposes of this, we kind of have to. So, this effective attack is going to be your attack times 1 plus your damage percent times your crit multiplier times your EM multiplier times your resistance multiplier times your defense multiplier. Right? And we have it right here. This is normal damage. Let's explain how it works on Lunar Charge talent damage. So, Lunar Charge talent damage does not scale with damage percent. So this number is just going to be 0. That means instead of a damage percent goblet, you're going to go for something else. For now, let's assume you go for an attack goblet instead. So this attack is going to be higher, obviously. For now, let's assume that you get about 400 attack. You're at around 900 base attack, which is Flynn's on your average 4-star weapon. You get about 400 from a goblet. 2,900. It still can crit just this, the very same way. But now we have an EM multiplier from Lunar Charge. On top of that, Lunar Charge also has additional multipliers. So, first of those multipliers is Flynn's. I don't even know what to call this because it's not an Ascension passive, but it's also not an Exploration passive. I guess it's his Moon Sign passive. When a party member triggers an Electrocharge reaction, it's converted to Lunar Charge. And every 100 attack that Flynn's has increases the base damage of Lunar Charge by 0.7% up to a maximum of 14%. This is a multiplicative times 1.14 to all Lunar Charge damage. As long as he has at least 2,000 attack, which he will. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take our EM multiplier and we're just going to multiply it by 1.14. Inefa has the same passive, and Inefa is going to be an important part of Flynn's best team. So let's just do 1.28 instead. Then we have the formula for the increase in the EM multiplier from building Elemental Mastery, which is 6 times EM divided by 2,000 plus EM. But it starts by dealing 100% of its damage without an increase, so it's +1. Additionally, there are direct sources of Lunar Charge damage, such as Flynn's Ascension 1 passive that increases Lunar Charge damage by 20% when you're in Ascendant Gleam, which you should always be. So, plus 20%. Those numbers, they go in that formula. They get added onto your EM multiplier. You can get more. Ascendant Gleam by itself has an actual effect. That effect allows you to it increases Lunar Charge damage based on the stats of your non-Nod Cry characters on your team. We'll explain it a little bit more later, but just know that that's basically between 20 and 36 additional Lunar Charge damage bonus. For now, let's assume a team that runs 2 non-Nod Cry characters. That goes Flynn's, Inefa, Sucrose, Yelan, or Xingzhou, or Barbara, or Kokomi, or whatever. But not Aino for now. So, when you run 2 non-Nod Cry characters, you'll generally max it out, and it caps at 36%. And Flynn's new best craftable weapon, the Prospector's Shovel. also directly gives you lunar charge damage. 24% increased to 48 when you're in Ascendant Gleam, which again, you should always be. If you end up getting his signature, the signature also gives you lunar charge damage. It's 36 instead of 48. But both his default free-to-play option and his signature provide him more here. So 48% here. But on top of that, you also get a bunch of EM. How much, though? Well, for now, let's assume no EM main stats. How much EM can you get just from substats and external effects? First, let's talk about Flynn's last Ascension passive. Flynn's Elemental Mastery is increased by 8% of his attack. The maximum increase obtainable this way is 160, which means it caps out at 2000 attack, which, like I said earlier, is pretty trivial to reach on Flynn's. So this is basically a permanent 160 EM. So, 160 from that. What else? Well, if you're playing Inefa, Inefa's Burst provides your active character with EM. So that's another, like, 150-ish, let's say. What else? The new Nogcry support set, which is what you are going to want to use, provides you with 120. What else? Sucrose. Sucrose provides you with around 200. What else? It's actually more than that. 210. Ino C1. No, we said we weren't using Ino, so for now, no Ino. What else? The new carry set in Nogcry is giving you 80. What else? Substats. You'll get a bunch of EM from substats. Each roll of EM is worth around 20 EM on average, between 16 and 23. I usually assume that it's pretty easy to reach around 4 rolls of EM without actively looking for it when it's a favorable stat. So let's assume about 80 Elemental Mastery. And that gives you a default amount of EM without looking for it in main stats or on weapons of around 800. Which makes your EM multiplier almost 5. Now, the resistance multiplier works the exact same way for lunar charge damage, but the defense multiplier does not. Lunar charge damage does not get reduced by enemy defense. It bypasses defense entirely, so the defense multiplier will be 1. But then on top of that, lunar charge damage gets an additional property. Which is that, for some reason, and I think it's really dumb because it's really not intuitive, but I've talked about it a bit in the Inefa videos. For some reason, it gets multiplied by 3. It's just a nice little times 3. Now, since we want to compare a motion value for lunar charge damage to a motion value for normal damage, let's include that times 3 multiplier in the effective attack formula. And as you can see, at a similar level of investment, that number that gets multiplied by your motion value oh, I'm an idiot. Straight up just 1 digit higher. Now the specific value is going to change, obviously. I've included a lot of EM buffs here. I haven't included alternative buffs everywhere here. Most of the time, you'll end up with a bit more attack buffs in these teams. You'll end up with maybe more damage percent from those. From a source or two. Let's say you got Cinder City on top of it. Oops. But it's still around 10 times higher. And so that same number will also be around 10 times higher. It's difficult to do a direct comparison, right? So take that times 10 number with a massive grain of salt. But it's a good approximation. What that means is that at talent level 9, his mini burst hits for 121 plus 176, so it's just shy of 300 motion value, or lunar charge damage. That's the equivalent of around 3,000 motion value for talent damage. That's not bad. That's a pretty good number, right? Flynn's is a character who concentrates almost all of his damage in this mini burst. When you look at his damage distribution, and this is something I used in the guide, it was in the stat priority? No. There you go. His burst damage is almost 3/4 of his total DPS. It is a large majority of his damage. It's not quite to the same extent as a character like Molani, who deals literally 0 damage outside of her vapes. But it's still fairly similar in that it's a few hits that deal the large majority of the team's damage. Anyways. The cost of this ability is 30 energy. And you can use it after using the Northland Spear Storm. The mini burst itself doesn't have a cooldown, but the trigger condition for the mini burst does have a cooldown. That cooldown is 6 seconds within a 10-second time frame, which means you can get upwards of 2 mini bursts per rotation. That will cost 60 energy. His base gameplay loop ends there. You use your skill to enter your Manifest Flame form. Then, you have 10 seconds during which you need to fit 2 special skills followed by mini bursts. Once you've unleashed your second mini burst, you don't need to stay on Flynn's for any longer than that. However, Flynn's particle generation is tied to the electro-infused normal attacks. So swapping out early is generally not ideal because you're probably, one, losing energy, but also you might still be on a cooldown on your other characters. That being said, well, that is where his base gameplay loop ends. He has another aspect to his kit, which is his actual big burst. Ancient Ritual Cometh the Night. Flynn's unleashes the true power of his lamp, which, by the way, good one. If that's the true power of his lamp kind of sucks. Dealing AoE electro damage, and after a short delay, dealing 2 instances of middle phase and 1 instance of final phase AoE electro damage, all of which are considered lunar charge damage. Moon Sign Ascended Gleam. This is enhanced. If there's a thundercloud nearby, he will deal an additional 2 instances of middle lunar charged AoE damage. Sounds a bit complicated, but it's pretty straightforward, actually. The big burst is just a mini burst, but worse. The motion value for the mini burst, right, is at talent level 9, 121.5 plus 176.7. For the big burst, you have 4 instances of middle phase lunar charge damage, so 27.6 times 2, or times 4. And 1 instance of the final one, which is 198.8. Which is 10% more motion value. 3% more damage. The mini burst also has an initial skill damage, but this is not lunar charge damage. Because it's not lunar charge damage, one, well, it doesn't get multiplied by 10, which is a pretty big difference. But also, Fliz is a character that doesn't build damage percent. So, this 309.2, you add the 441.7, but with all of the other stats being equal, right? And it's at like 500k, which is the equivalent of it. The motion value was another like 15% higher, maybe. In other words, the initial skill damage does less than 1 instance of the middle phase one. So it's pretty insignificant. But we can approximate it as it being around 15% higher at 325 motion value. Just for the sake of comparing his damage instances, right? So if it is 325, then the big burst does about 9-10% more damage than the mini burst. However, everything else about it is way worse. 1, it has an actual cooldown, and that cooldown is 20 seconds, which is long as hell. 2, it costs 80 energy. Almost 3 times more than a mini burst. 3, it has a movie-length animation. 4, it can miss. The AoE for it is really small, and it's easy for it to miss. With all of that in mind, does that mean you never use the big burst? No, it does not. Let's talk about Verissa, because Verissa also has a mini burst and a big burst. And in her case, you never use the big burst. The reason why you never use the big burst on Verissa is because, in Verissa's case, if you have extra energy that you can use, after you've done your base rotation that allows you to get 2 bursts, you can start doing normal charge attacks. Okay, fuck you. To enable an extra special skill that also enables an extra special burst. That additional mini burst is not gated by your cooldowns. Sure, it's gated by animation length to some extent, because the Verissa charge attack is fairly slow. But you can add it into Verissa's baseline rotation. This means that if you generate more than the 60 energy required for 2 mini bursts on Verissa, you have a way to use that additional energy. The default amount of energy that you generate in a Verissa overload team generally hovers around 60 energy per rotation. By default, it's a bit less, but it can go higher than 60 based on the enemies you're fighting, based on the amount of files you're using on your team, a bunch of different factors. However, it'll pretty much never go to 90. What that means is that the extra energy you get from ER stats on Verissa basically allows you to use one extra mini burst when available. It's not something you're ever forced to do, because she still does good damage without that third mini burst. But it allows you the opportunity to capitalize on additional energy generation. And because you'll never really find yourself in a situation where you generate more energy than the 90 that you can consume on a 3 mini burst rotation, there's never a reason to use her big burst. On top of that, Verissa, unlike Flynn's, can actually still deal damage outside of her cooldowns. Right? Flynn's damage is pretty much entirely concentrated in his lunar charge. So the normal attacks don't do shit. But Verissa's damage is from plunge attacks, and when her skills are on cooldown, she can still do plunge attacks with her charge attack, and with the enhanced skill that she gets from doing 2 charge attacks. In other words, the burst animation time on Verissa is a much bigger DPS loss than it is on Flynn's. Because your alternatives on Flynn's don't do anything. Whereas on Verissa, they do something. Flynn's, unlike Verissa, does not have a way to add a third mini burst. What his trigger condition for the mini burst is to use an enhanced skill. And you cannot, without constellations, get a third enhanced skill within your skill or your manifest flame form. It's literally not possible. Because 6 times 2 is bigger than 10. What that means is that extra energy on Flynn's does not have a good conduit to be used. You can't do a third mini burst. So if you're gonna use it at some point, it's gonna have to be on the big burst. And so, unlike Verissa, Flynn's actually has many different situations where he wants to use his big burst. Do keep in mind, your big burst is effectively just the equivalent of 1 more mini burst. So if using your big burst prevents you from doing a mini burst, it is not worth using. However, there's a problem. What is that problem? Well, let's talk about energy generation. And let's use Verissa as an example. Let's use a normal Verissa team with Verissa, Hyunson. Actually, the enemy's gonna die, isn't he? Maybe we can't do that then. Let's try to do characters that won't kill the enemy, but that generate a similar amount of energy. Yeah, whatever. Let's get Auron. Sure. So, first, I'm going to do a normal Verissa rotation. Obviously, this team is not a real team, but we're going to pretend like it is, right? So, you open your rotation, you do whatever you want to do here, whatever, very cool. Hog. Wow. For now, let's just use too many bursts.
Justice o'clock.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Testing my patience.
Gather.
Not too far now. Time to
And as you can see, when I swap back to Verissa, my energy is back to full. This means my ER requirements right now with too many bursts, completely fine. No problems whatsoever. We generate all the energy we need to generate. Our ER requirements are met. Let's see what happens when we add the big burst at the start of the rotation.
Care for a dance? Dance with me. You asked for it.
Stabilize. Free.
See a good audience, won't you? You're not done yet.
Don't have the energy. Have to skip it.
Your sacrifice is ready.
I ended up getting one anyways. We don't have, we just barely got the energy here from the additional hit. The reason for that is because a lot of our particle generation happens after we swap out. It happens during our setup.
time to say hello.
Right? We generated a lot of energy during that setup. And the problem with Flynn's is that, well, the same thing will happen for him. Some of your particle generation happens after your uptime is over. But if you want to use your burst while you're buffed, it effectively means that your ER requirements will increase from using the burst. Right? You can't just think of it as, okay, I'm starting with full energy, I can start with my burst, and then I have my ER requirements. Because that particle generation happens while you're full energy with the burst, and then it doesn't happen again until after you swap out of Flynn's. In other words, instead of needing to generate 60 energy within 16 seconds, you now need to generate 60 energy within 10 seconds, which is going to increase the ER requirements. All of this yap means that if you want to use the big burst, you need to be at a certain ER threshold that will be higher than your actual ER requirement. What is that threshold? So, let's do an energy calc for a default Flynn's team. So, we have same element, different element, clear, caught, non-caught. We have energy, we have refund, we have ER. 3, 1.8, 1, 0.6, 2, 1.2. So, how many particles does Flynn's get? Well, for now, let's look at a default Flynn's team. And the default Flynn's team that I will be using for pretty much all of this is going to be Flynn's, Inefa, Sucrose, Item. Flynn's particle generation is he generates a particle when he normal attacks with Electro, right, during his skill. And that can only happen up to once every 2 seconds. With a 10-second duration, if you trigger it at the very start of your skill, and then every 2.3-4-ish seconds after that, you can get 5 particles before the skill is over. And obviously, he'll be catching all of those particles. You also have Inefa. Inefa's skill has a 66% chance to generate a particle every time it hits, every 2 seconds. In other words, you generate about 1 particle every 3 seconds. Flynn's lower limit to his rotation length in most cases is 16 seconds, and within 16 seconds, you will get a little bit over 5 particles on average from Inefa. About 2/3 of the field time is spent on Flynn's, so generally, you'll get 3 to 4 particles when he's on field, and 1 to 2 when he's off field. Now, let's say 3 on field, 2 off field. Next, we have electroresonance. Electroresonance is 1 electroparticle when you trigger a reaction, up to once every 5 seconds. In a 16-second rotation, that can happen 3 times. Again, 2 out of 3 of those are going to be during Flynn's uptime, so +2 is caught, and +1 is non-caught. That's it for electroparticles. Next, sucrose. Sucrose, 4 animal particles about once per rotation. And you use Sucrose's skill and then immediately swap to Flynn's. So Flynn's catches those particles. And then Ino is 3 hydroparticles, but Flynn's is not catching them. Clear particles, favs on the teams is pretty much just Ino generally. So that's 3 particles from the fav. And I generally assume 2 clear particles from HP thresholds. For a total of just shy of 50 energy. Cost. ER. And in order to generate 60 energy from the 48 he gets by default, he will need around 120 to 125% ER. However, if you want to be allowed to use the big burst, what needs to happen is you need to be able to generate this same 60 energy before his uptime is over. All of the particles that Flynn catches stay there, but all of the particles that Flynn does not catch disappear. On top of that, it could be difficult to actually catch the sucrose particles before your burst animation is over. Or, sorry, before you consume the energy from the burst. So these 4 are a little iffy. You might get them, you might not. For now, let's assume that you do. And in this case, his ER requirement goes up to around 160. If you don't catch the sucrose particles, 175. For now, I'm just going to assume that you don't, actually. I think that's a safer way to go about it. In other words, if you're not at 175-ish ER, what's going to happen is, if you try to use Flynn's burst, you swap to Flynn's, you use your burst, enter skill, activate Northland Spear Storm, suffocate on energy while attempting to generate 30 energy before the first 6-second window to use your mini burst is over. Maybe just barely get it, then use skill again, and you won't get the second one. Alright, well, what the situation we showed on Verissa will happen, right? Of first one would be this one. Oh, we just barely got it. Ooh, thank goodness. Second one. Oh, we got the enemy HP drops here, so we got it anyways. But you get the idea, right?
Your sacrifice is ready.
Without reaching that secondary ER requirement, the big burst just can't be used. Because if you use it, you miss a mini burst. And if you miss a mini burst for the big burst, it's not actually more damage because the big burst does about the same damage as a mini burst. What exactly does all of this mean? Well, It effectively means that a Flins with 165 ER is effectively the same as a Flins with 130 ER. But getting 10% more ER enables you to use the Big Burst, which is a massive upgrade. All of that being said, that still doesn't mean you can always use the Mini Burst, because if you try to use the that still doesn't mean you can always use the Big Burst, because if you try to use the Big Burst every rotation, that's just plus 80 to your cost, and your ER requirement is now 300. That shit ain't happening, buddy. No, thank you. And so it becomes a question of, okay, I am building a decent amount of ER on Flins. Do I have enough that I'm allowed to use the Big Burst? That's what this is telling you. And then the next question is, how often do I use the Big Burst? If you use it every rotation, ER requirement, 287, ain't happening. Every 2 rotations, 204. It's quite a bit higher than this, and generally not really worth going for, but if you are at 204, 205, you will be able to burst every 2 rotations. Every 3 rotations, around 177, which is very similar to this. In other words, if you're just barely at that 175-ish, 180-ish ER requirement, you'll burst every 3 rotations. But if you're at like 195, 198, 200, then you start reaching the point where if you manage to find one more roll of ER, you manage to find 5% more ER, you'll be able to burst every 2 rotation instead of every 3 rotations. And that can make one roll of ER worth way more than a roll of crit. I really like this aspect of Flynn's kit. I think, initially, because the Big Burst is so fucking dog shit, I was disappointed, because I thought it was going to be like Verissa, where you just don't use it. However, I think that now that I've thought about it more, looking at the numbers it ended up at, I'm actually really happy with his idea behind the Big Burst and Mini Burst. Because the Big Burst isn't so good that you always want to use it, but it is good enough that it can affect how you want to build him, and it can enable a few different options. Right? On Verissa, because her Big Burst is so completely dogshit, and because she already has a way to capitalize on additional energy generation with a 3rd Mini Burst, there is no reason to build ER on Verissa. ER is a nice, useful stat that will make it so that the 3rd Mini Burst happens every, 3 rotations instead of every 4 rotations, or every 2 rotations instead of every 3 rotations. But it doesn't affect how you want to build her, really. On Flynn's, it creates an additional dimension where ER rolls can be either completely worthless between that 130 and 150 range, right? They don't do anything. And then that one ER roll that gets you over the edge between 170 and 180 is like, it retroactively makes all of the ER rolls you got before actually valuable. I think it's really cool. And I think it's actually balanced very well. This is pretty much perfect, actually. When I was doing my calcs on Flynn's potential options, I looked at both as you can see, by default, right, if you If you don't use the burst, 123. If you do use the burst, 176. The difference between those two is about a little bit over 50%. Well, as it turns out, an ER Sans gives you a little bit over 50% ER, which makes it really easy to compare the two setups, right? All you need to do is swap your Sans to ER with the same exact assumptions on everything else, and it lets you look at the big burst rotation versus the non-big burst one, right? ER Sans burst every 3 rotations versus attack Sans, no big burst. And the balance actually lined up in such a way that on some weapons, attack Sans is better, and on others, ER Sans is better. And it's never really more than like a 2 or 3% difference between the two. Which is crazy. I think it hit like the perfect balance where both playstyles are about equally as strong as one another. With the high ER playstyle effectively allowing you to capitalize on quote-unquote unlucky high ER pieces. But because it requires more steps and it's a little bit more finicky, it's not just outright better, despite the numbers being fairly similar. With all of that explanation on his kit out of the way, it is time to do the usual pre-release stuff where we talk about his gear. Weapons, artifact sets, artifact stats, and teams. So, let's start with his weapons. He's got a new signature, obviously, Blood-Soaked Ruins. High base attack, crit rate, substat. The effect is for 3.5 seconds after using a burst, you increase lunar charge damage. In Flynn's case, that's pretty trivial. He gets it, no problem. And additionally, after triggering a lunar charge, you gain 28% crit damage, and you regain 12 energy up to once every 14 seconds. On Flynn's, all of this means 36 lunar charge damage, 28 crit damage, and 12 energy. Because there's a lot of nuance to the value of energy on Flynn's, it's difficult to properly assign a value to energy refund. Which is going to mean that his signature is going to vary in power depending on your setup. Anyways, Blood-Soaked Ruins. And it's obviously his best in spawn. It is about 30% better than his default free-to-play weapon, the shovel. It is about 25% better than the battle pass weapons, and it's about 15% better than Jadewing Spear if you have that, and a similar amount on most of the crit stat stakes. Wasn't it 20? It's 15.4. You can do... Yeah. With my assumptions, but anyways. Okay. Anyways, Other weapons that we want to talk about. Let's talk about the other 5-star statistics. So we have Homa, we have Jadewing Spear, we have Staff of Scarlet Sands, we have... You should never use Halo. I'm not even going to write it down, but I'll talk about it quickly. You should never use Halo. Flins cannot activate the effect to increase lunar charge damage from owning a shield. So if you have Halo, you should put it on Inefa, and I'm pretty sure that unless it's literally your only 5-star polearm, you're better off refining Halo and giving R2 Halo to Inefa over using Halo on Inefa and on Flins. That's how pathetic it is on him. Yeah, Symphonist of Sense, I mean, it's fine, but... These weapons are all just like Homa 2. Like Symphonist of Sense, Luminous Elegy, Fractured Halo, these are all just Homa, but a different color. So I'm not going to write them down. We also want to talk about the attack statistics. So Vortex, Vanquisher, and Calamity Queller. We want to talk about Skyward Spine and Engulfing. And we want to talk about the 4-star options. We have Shovel. We have Fjords. We have Deathmatch. We have Fav. I'm sorry, but we do. We have Missive Windspear. We have the Torch. Right? Tamayudatei no ohanashi. And I guess we have Kitane as well. Let's quickly go through all of these. So, Homa, generally it's just a normal stat stick. However, as we're going to talk about once we get to the teams, Flins is actually one of the very few characters that has certain setups that can reliably activate the below 50% passive from Homa. In those teams, Homa is his second best option after Sig. Jadewing Spear is a pretty decent 5-star stat stick. It's not far from Homa above 50% HP. It's pretty close to pretty much all of the other crit stat sticks. He doesn't benefit from the damage percent from Jadewing Spear, but it still gives you a bit of attack. It's still a crit weapon, high base attack. It's alright. More importantly, because it's a standard weapon, its very existence means that there's a lot less people that should consider getting Signature. Because if you have Jadewing Spear, the upgrade from getting Signature is noticeably worse than the upgrade from getting an early Constellation. Anyways, next up we have Staff of Scarlet Sands. Staff of Scarlet Sands sounds like it would be really good. Right? It gives you attack based on your EM, and Flins is a character that gets a lot of EM and wants a lot of attack. So it should be great, right? Well, when Elemental skill hits opponents, he only has one skill that hits opponents, the Northland Spear Storm, and it only happens twice over his rotation, so he does not get all 3 stacks. He gets either 1 or 2 stacks. So you don't get the full conversion. But on top of that, this is a lie. This does not actually convert 52% of their Elemental Mastery to bonus attack. It converts 52% of their Elemental Mastery, excluding buffs that are reliant on the percentage of another character's stat. Sounds complicated, but basically what that means is that this does not work on a lot of the EM buffs you get. As a general rule, if you buff a stat by a percentage of another stat, the new value of that stat won't work on weapons that look at that stat to give a different buff, right? In other words, if I give EM to Kazuha with Sucrose, that EM won't be counted for Kazuha's damage percent. In this case, if I give EM to Flynn's through his passive that gives him 160 EM, it's a percentage of his attack. Inefa's passive, 6% of her attack. Sucrose's passive, 20% of her EM. Those three, ignored. They do not get counted for this, and he does not gain attack from it. That's generally 160, 150, and 210. And he's generally at 1 to 2 stacks, so about 100% average. So he's missing out on 500 attack from the way that works. If that EM properly converted to attack, Staff of Scarlet Sands would literally be better than his signature weapon. Also, did I say something that was wrong earlier? I feel like I did. No, I didn't. I feel like I did. Oh, that's because it's his personal damage. Right. Never mind. Anyways, all of this to say, right? Salvo Scarlet Sand, because of the way it's coded, is about as good as the other crit statistics. But if it actually properly, fully did what it says it does, it would be better than Signature. That's not something they're gonna change, right? This, it's coded this way to prevent buffs from recursively stacking with one another, right? Buff attack based on EM, attack is now higher. The EM buff based on attack now becomes higher, which increases the attack buff based on EM, right? They coded it that way to prevent that shit. It is unfortunate, but that's how they make it work. And they're not gonna change that. So it's also just a decent. Well, it's a good 5-star stat sig. It's a little bit better than the other options as long as you have enough EM rolls in your general artifacts. But it's a crit rate main stat, and we're gonna talk about his artifact stats later. But he has options that give him crit rate, so it can make it easy to overcap on crit and lose value that way. Next is Vortex Vanquisher. Flynn's best team uses Inefa. Inefa gives you a shield. Vortex Vanquisher is a lot stronger if you have a shield than if you don't. Vortex Vanquisher is still not that great, even if you do have a shield, right? You get 20% attack, doubled when you have a shield, so 40% attack from the passive. That's a bit better than the passives from Homa, from Jadewing Spear, right? We looked at Halo earlier, that's 24% attack. 40 is bigger. However, attack substat is much worse than crit substat. So generally, Vortex Vanquisher is around the same level as the lower fine battle pass weapons. It's better than the shovel, but it's not great. So okay, 5-star stat stick. That's actually, it's a bit higher than I remember. Okay, never mind. It's around the same level as the battle pass weapons, sometimes a bit higher, sometimes a bit lower, depending on refine. Calamity Queller? Where did I have Calamity Queller? Calamity Queller, pretty much the same. Okay, 5-star stat stick. You can get the effect, but you don't care about the damage percent from the effect. And it's alright. It is what it is. Next is the energy ones. The energy weapons, because Flynn's has a playstyle that allows him to capitalize on high ER, are not that bad. That being said, I mentioned earlier that ER Sands bursts every 3 rotations is about as good as attack Sands. What that means is that, assuming you reach the right ER breakpoints, ER is about as good as attack percent. But I literally just mentioned that attack percent substats are worse than crit substats, which is why Vortex Vanquisher isn't as good as a crit stat sticks. Skyward Spine is pretty much the same thing, right? Its ER allows you to meet certain breakpoints, and if it does, it's effectively equivalent to attack percent. But its passive isn't that great. It's basically just 8% crit because the physical damage is going to be pathetically low, and the attack speed won't matter on a character whose normal attacks don't do a significant portion of his damage. That being said, assuming it does get you to the right breakpoints, it can be better than the shovel. So, conditional, but okay. Engulfing! Engulfing, similar idea. However, just the numbers on Engulfing are a lot better. It provides you with a lot more ER. It provides you with a lot of attack, so much so that it outshines the little bit of crit you get from Skyward Spine. Engulfing Lightning is actually pretty similar to the crit stat sticks overall. Okay to decent. 5-star stat stick. Shovel! Default free to play. Shovel is good. Shovel is your default assumption. Wow, we love Shovel. Shovel is realize I haven't actually talked about it. 510 base attack, so medium base attack percent substat, and the effect increases lunar charge damage. I said that earlier by 48%. Ballad of the Fjords. It's an okay weapon. It's at R1 slightly better than Shovel, but it's not a particularly big difference, honestly. The biggest problem here is that Flynn's gets elemental mastery from so many external sources, and elemental mastery is one of the few stats that actually has real mathematical diminishing returns. The formula for your EM multiplier has a plateau. So at the 800-ish EM you get just from existing in his premium teams, 120 more does a lot less. If we compare 120 EM's DPS increase at 0 EM versus at 800, it'll be easy to really understand the difference, right? So at this plus 120 at 800 EM, or 120 more is about 5% more damage. At 0 EM, 120 more is about 16% more damage, 17%. It's like 4 times more. So that 120 you get isn't that great. Unlike on characters like Arlecchino that generally have a lot less external sources of EM. Deathmatch is generally slightly better than Fjords. You are saturated on attack percent as well, but it's lower base attack, crit substat, which is nice. And attack is a little bit better than EM, generally. So Deathmatch generally ends up around 3 to 4% higher than Fjords. Anyways. We'll skip over Fav. This is going to be the last weapon we talk about. Missive Wind Spear is a shovel. Like shovel, or it's like a hovel. It's like almost a shovel. Missive Wind Spear provides you with, it has the same stat line, it just has a different effect. 24% attack, 96 EM instead of 48 lunar charge damage. It's like 2% worse than Shovel. If you're a free-to-play player who doesn't have 5 billets, or who wants to use the billets to craft a different weapon, and you got Missive Wind Spear back in the day during the event, you don't need to craft Shovel. Crafting Shovel is a 2% DPS upgrade over Missive Wind Spear, and it's not necessary. Torch! Torch has the same, like, function and idea as Skyward Spine, where it gives you around 30 ER. So its value depends on your current ER thresholds. But unlike Skyward Spine, it isn't, if you capitalize on the bus, better than Shovel. So generally, just ignore the Torch. It's not really worth it. But you can use Torch on day 1 if you don't have your Shovel yet. Ketane, same thing. And finally, oh boy, Fav, my goat. Because Flints has a way to capitalize on extra particles, it means that weapons that give you a lot of energy, like a Refinement 4 or higher Fav, because at Refinement 4 or higher, it can proc twice per uptime, can also provide a lot more value through that. 8 additional particles from 2 Fav procs brings the extra ER requirement, the requirement to just be outright allowed to use burst, to 130.4. And so you need 30.4 ER, and guess how much energy Fav gives you on the substat? 30.6. So on Fav, you can use the big burst no matter what your build is. And then the question becomes, how often. So, by default, it'll be every 4 rotations. However, your build is very likely to have some ER substats, right? I used Mawika as my example earlier. Mawika doesn't give a fuck about ER at all. But my normal Mawika build... Oh, we don't talk about the 5 Greatsword. My normal Mawika build has 17 ER from substats, right? And so, with Fav, you'll get some ER from your substats. If you're at 140 ER, you'll be able to burst every 3 rotations. If you're at 165 ER, you'll be able to burst every 2 rotations. And you can't burst every rotation even if you meet this ER requirement, because the burst cooldown is 20 seconds and your skill cooldown is 16, and you generally want to do 16-second cooldown, or 16-second rotations. Anyways, another nice thing about Fav is because this basic requirement is so damn low, you can use your big burst at a moment other than right as soon as you swap the Flins. You end up generating so many particles that if your burst isn't quite full at the start of your rotation, you just do E, then you do your Northland Spear Storm, your mini burst, but then you generate a fuck ton more energy from the Fav and all your particles, and then you can use the big burst before your skill cooldown is back. And then you use the skill again, and you don't need to use the second mini burst right afterwards. You have 6 seconds to use it. So you can just regenerate your energy and then use the mini burst. While energy is not an insanely good stat on Flins, right? Energy recharge is not an insanely good stat on him. It's not a bad one either. Generally, it's worth a similar amount as attack percent. On the same 123.5 ER build that we had with... Or sorry, 123 ER build, right? That we had by default without the Fav. We'll be at 153 with the Fav. Which allows us to use a burst of about once every 2.5 rotations. Without Fav, our ER requirement to do the same thing would be 188.5. That means that the Favonius effect plus passive is providing you with about 80% ER's worth of stats. 80% ER is a lot. It's a very large amount. And as it turns out, that is actually enough for it to be pretty competitive with Shovel. It's actually less than a 1% difference between Fav and Shovel, with Fav actually being the one that's a little bit higher. Though, because you end up playing a different rotation, slightly different assumptions could very much tip the scales in either of the weapons' favor. The point I'm getting at here, though, is just Fav is actually a good weapon on Flins. And if it has pretty much the same DPS as Shovel for Flint's personal damage, the fact that it reduces your ER requirements on the rest of your teams means that it will be higher DPS. The reality is that, in most cases, Fav is actually Flins' best free-to-play 4-star weapon. However, Fav is every goddamn polearm character's best free-to-play polearm. So you shouldn't use your Fav on Flins, especially because in order for it to be as good as I said it is, it needs to be R4 or higher. You need to be able to proc the effect twice per rotation. So you shouldn't use Fav on him. However, I will use Fav on him, okay? Fav is my goat, alright? I heckin' love Fav, and it is a good weapon on him. But somehow good. I think the main upside of Fav is actually for people that just are a little bit more on the casual side, that are pissed off that Flin's burst isn't that good because they like the animation and they want to see it more often. With Fav, you can see it more often. Anyways, let's order these weapons from best to worst. Say that Bloodsoaked Ruins first, then Staff of Scarlet Sands, then Homa. Then Jadewing Spear and other crit stat sticks. Then Engulfing. Then... honestly, Fav. Not that you should do it, but that's where I'd put it. Then Deathmatch. Then Vortex Vanquisher, Calamity Queller, Scoured Spine, then Fjords. The gap between Fjords and Deathmatch isn't that big. I guess I should have these above. Actually, sure. Maybe not Scoured Spine. Maybe because Scoured Spine is like, it's a bit harder to meet the specific condition for it to be as good as it can be. And then these. Yep. Alright, next artifact sets. And I hope you're ready to hear some blatant propaganda. Okay? First, let's get this out of the way. His best set is Knight of the Skies Unraveling. It's a new non-cry carry set. I'm just gonna call it Sky. The Sky set gives you 80 Elemental Mastery. It gives you 30% crit rate if you've triggered a lunar reaction in the past few seconds. I think it's here, yeah, right? If you're in Ascendant Gleam, which you will be. And it increases your lunar reaction damage by 10% for your whole team. The 10% is additive with the EM multiplier, so it's not like times 1.1. It's not a particularly big increase, but it is there. Sky is his best set. It's obviously designed for him and other characters like him. It's his best in the spot. But it's a new set, so most people, well, literally everyone doesn't have one yet. And most people won't have a good one by the time the rest of their Flins, right, the talents, everything is ready. So what are your other options? Might as say Hunter. Cooked. Might as say Hunter, if you can actually activate it, is actually about as good as Sky. It gives you 6% more crit rate and some damage that you don't care that much about. You don't have the EM or the lunar charge damage, but because his EM is so saturated already, it's actually slightly better for his personal damage. But it's so close that the 10% lunar charge damage increasing Inefa's damage brings Sky like point something percent better than Maréchaussée, assuming Maréchaussée gets activated. The problem is, Maréchaussée doesn't get activated. The way to activate Maréchaussée is by using Farina, and you can use Farina in Flin's teams, but you will generally be using Farina without her burst. You won't be using her burst, and you won't be using a healer. because he doesn't care that much about the damage percent, the burst animation is long, and Flynn's doesn't have access to great healer options outside of the Hydro slot itself instead of Farina. So you kind of can't use Maréchaussée, unfortunately. Next is just the default stat sticks, right? Gilded Dream, 2-piece, 2-piece. They're okay. They're pretty noticeably behind his signature set, so they're not ideal, but it's something you can do while you're working towards the set. And finally, it's propaganda time. Alright, let's talk about Thundering Fury. Now, we've talked about how Flynn's Northland Spearstorm cannot have its cooldown reduced. It's always 6 seconds. However, the actual skill of the Ancient Rite Arcane Light, the 16-second cooldown, can be reduced. In other words, if you use Thundering Fury, your rotation length becomes potentially shorter than 16 seconds. It allows you to do rotations with 15, 14, maybe even 13 seconds per rotation. You're still gated by the rest of your team. However, there's a few options that can allow you to get it anyways. Ino's cooldowns, 13.5. Sucrose, TTDS cooldown is 20. By default, you get it every other rotation anyways. So it's not really a problem. She does have a... Where is she? She does have a 15-second skill cooldown. However, if you have C1 Sucrose, and you do 14-second rotations, it'll take you 15 rotations to reach a point where you don't have a skill available. So, that's not a problem. Inefa's skill cooldown is 16, and her burst cooldown is 15. However, just like Fischl, Inefa can use her burst to refresh her skill duration. You don't get the shield back, but that's not the end of the world, honestly. Which means, in Flynn's premium team, you can use TF to bring your basic rotation length down from 16 to 15, 14, maybe even 13 if you're using a character like Farina, skilled every other rotation. Now, unfortunately, we are in 2025, and in 2025, signature sets are good. Pretty much since Fontaine. Signature sets are good enough that they're generally providing too much value for sets like TF to be that good. But outside of the signature set, TF actually will be your next best option. Because just in terms of damage, it's very similar to a 2-piece, 2-piece, or Gilded. It's like a 1 or 2% behind. But in terms of DPS, well, it's much higher because your rotations can be 1, 2, maybe even 3 seconds shorter. Which means that on release, before you get yourself a Sky set, Flynn's best set will be TF. My god. Next up is Artifact Stats. Artifact Stats are very straightforward. Attack, attack, crit. Or ER, attack, crit. Lunar charge damage doesn't scale with damage percent. Damage percent is not good. It's not completely worthless. His talent damage outside of lunar charge is low, but it's not completely insignificant. It's still about 10% of his damage. So if you have the choice between getting damage percent and getting nothing, you'd rather get damage percent. It's not like getting, I don't know, attack on Molani or some shit. But it's not particularly good. And it's definitely not something you should consider on your main stats. You can use EM main stats, kind of, but it's generally worse than attack main stats. By like 3 to 4 substats. So it needs to be an insane EM main stat for it to be better than an attack main stat. If you have Staff of Scarlet Sands, it makes EM main stat a bit better, but it's still not better than attack main stat. But it's a lot closer. So if your stats are better, it can be slightly better. But as a general rule, stick to these two. And finally, his teams. Flynn's only really has one team. He is an energy-reliant carry, so he really wants to be played with another Electro character. And half of his kit just fucking straight up doesn't work if you don't have a Hydro character on the team to trigger Lunar Charge. Which doesn't leave you that much flexibility for the last slot. Generally, that last slot is just going to be a buffer, right? So instead of looking at teams individually, we're just going to assume you're doing his one team, and you have the Electro characters, you have the Hydro characters, and you have the buffers. Inefa is his best support. She's the support that is the most important to his teams. If you don't have Inefa, your next best option is like 20% behind. And it's a pretty noticeable difference. That being said, it's a new major version, so there are going to be new players coming into the game that didn't play when Inefa came out. There's also going to be players that didn't have enough primos to get Inefa, or weren't sure if they were going to get Flynn's and decided later, so they didn't get Inefa, or just think Inefa's an ugly loser, so they didn't want her. If that's you, are you completely cooked if you don't have Flynn's? Not necessarily. Inefa is a 5-star character. Getting one copy of Inefa takes the same amount of wishes as getting a copy of any other given 5-star character. And a C1 Flynn's team with a 4-star Electro actually does a similar amount of DPS as a C0 Flynn's team with Inefa. So just all other factors being equal, getting 2 copies of Flynn's versus 1 copy of Flynn's plus 1 copy of Inefa gets you a pretty similar amount of team DPS. So you're not completely cooked, but another way to look at it is, well, Flynn's has a pretty good C1, and Inefa does as much for him as his C1 does. So it's a pretty big difference if you have it versus if you don't. Your other Electro options, it's kind of weird. The general alternatives are Auroron, Yonsan, mainly. Auroron is okay. One thing I think a lot of people will get confused on is the artifact set. Damage percent is not good on Flynn's. However, 40 is a much larger number than 20. As it turns out, because it's a much larger number, despite the stat being a bit less valuable, you still want to run scrolls over the other support sets on Auroron. It's actually the same for pretty much every Natlan support you can use. Scrolls is still generally slightly better than either Noblesse or TOM or whatever else you could use. Next is Eon-San. Now, with Eon-San, Flynn's is not a character that moves a lot. However, we've talked about how pathetic his normal attack damage is. What that means is that if you want to just run around like a headless chicken to keep your Night Soul up in between the normal attacks that you do to generate energy every 2 seconds, you can, and you don't really lose any damage. In other words, while Eon-San is pretty stupid, she can work. Now, the Scrolls isn't that good. The C6 isn't that good. But an attack buff is an attack buff, and so Eon-San is okay. The biggest problem with Eon-San is that her skill cooldown is 18 seconds. Or sorry, her burst cooldown is 18 seconds, which forces you into longer rotations. And that's actually a pretty big deal. Next, Electro MC. I can't believe these words are about to leave my mouth, but if you don't have Inefa, Electro MC is your next best option. Electro MC's burst is a 20-second cooldown, but you can just use it every other rotation. Electro MC is a character that gives you a lot of energy. When I say a lot of energy, I mean a lot of energy. Let's take a look at ER requirements for burst every other rotation on Flynn's. Wow, very cool. Let's take a look at what happens when you add EMC into the mix. So, we also need to add extra ER because EMC gives the ER stat directly. So, EMC gives like 50% ER. EMC refunds 4 energy per amulet, 3 amulets per rotation, doubled effectiveness on the first one. So that's 24 plus 12, 36 flat energy, plus what you get on the burst, which is going to be about another 18. So that's about 50. Well, let's just round it down to 50 flat energy per 2 rotations. We do get a bit less particles because Inefa is not there anymore. But we get an additional Fav proc. EMC provides Flynn's with the equivalent of about 75% ER. We said earlier, ER is, assuming you capitalize on it properly, about equivalent to attack percent. 75% ER would be the equivalent of 65 to 70% attack. And a character that gives that is, that's not bad, you know? That's not awful. Yeah, as it turns out, Electro MC is just the next best option after Inefa. The problem is, Electro MC is too difficult to play. I don't think there is a single person in the world who will be able to reliably do proper rotations on Electro MC. You need to be close enough to the enemy that all 3 of your cone-shaped elemental skill hits to collide with the enemy, but far enough not to pick them up immediately. After which, you need to go to your other characters to do the rest of your setup, and make sure that you don't accidentally pick any of the amulets up on any of those. If you're using Aino, she has a skill that makes her move. Good luck dodging the amulets, buddy. But you have to use Aino because Electro MC isn't Nodcry, and you need to activate the Ascendant Gleam effect. Then, you need to swap the Flins and make sure that you use the burst to consume your energy before you pick up the amulets, because otherwise you just lose the value. After which, you need to make sure you pick up all of the amulets, which will be literally impossible if the enemy's hitbox just goes over them. And on top of all of that, you need to be at the right amount of ER, at the right ER breakpoint, to be able to use your burst every other rotation. If any of those factors isn't met, Electro MC fucking tanks. And it's basically just an awful character. Hence the, oh god. Technically best option, but not real. Not real at all. Then you have the other alternatives. Mainly, you're thinking about the healer. The healers, Kuki or Dori, but it's mainly Kuki. Kuki. You don't really want to use Kuki. You'd rather use a healer on a different slot. Namely the Hydro slot. So, what's the Hydro slot? Generally, I know. Okay. The Hydro slot is the most flexible one. It's kind of like the last slot in a Skirk team, in that there's just no good one, so it doesn't really matter what you use. Aino is a character that is synergistic. You forgot Sarah. Sarah's also okay, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Read the guide if you want to know more about Sarah. Anyways, Aino is a character who has a synergy with Flins, but is awful. And as a character with good synergy but bad numbers, she's just okay. C6 Aino is technically the best option, but it's like 0.1% ahead of the next best option. So, just, it doesn't matter. Do what you want. You have a lot of Hydro options. None of them are good. What are they? So, Yelan. Yelan is probably the character that whose kit just works the best. However, 18-second burst cooldown, plus 2-second rotation length. Unlucky. You have Farina. 20-second skill cooldown. No. However, 30-second skill duration. You can use Farina's skill every other rotation. Farina, okay. If you do Farina's skill every other rotation, you don't use Farina burst, you are permanently at or below 50% HP, which activates the Homa passive. So if you have Homa, Farina's even better. Farina will be better. Farina will be the best last slot if you're on Homa. And this is no burst Farina, which is kind of pathetic, but okay. I think that's it for like the normal Hydro ones, right? Then it's the Abominations. No, there's also, okay. Then Candace C6. It needs to be C6 because you need the Hydro application from the C6 triggers, otherwise it doesn't work. She's basically about as good. It's alright. It works. Cool. Mona. I don't recommend Mona. It sounds like it would be good if you have constellations on her, right? Her C4 is crit, her C1 is lunar charge damage bonus. But the numbers just aren't good enough and the uptime is dog shit, so she's just not very good. And now we have the abominations. Kokomi. Your hydro slots are so completely awful that a character that just does no damage, doesn't provide you with anything because you already have TTDS on Sucrose from their kit directly, other than the hydro application, is actually about as good as I know. Yeah. Problem with Kokomi is skill cooldown, but you can solve that with sack frag. Next is Barbara. Exact same shit as Kokomi! Like, straight up. Just off-field hydro application. Skill cooldown that's too long, so you fix it with sack frag. Needs R5 sack frag to work in 16-second rotations. But Barbara can move, unlike Kokomi's skill. So, I'd actually lean a little bit more towards Barbara over Kokomi. Siege win! First Siege win W I've ever seen. Siege win's skill follows you around. Like, it follows the enemy around, but whatever. Her application is kind of dog shit, but Flynn's doesn't need fast application. You just need hydro every, like, 4 seconds, and it's kind of just good enough. And Siege win's skill isn't stationary, but also, if you don't get your sack proc on Barbara, you are cooked. Her cooldown is so goddamn long. On Siege Win, if you don't get your sack proc, it's only an 18-second cooldown. It's not that bad. But no one has Siege Win, so it doesn't really matter. But if you're a Siege Win lover and you want to have a team where you can use her and she feels good to use, she'll feel pretty good to use here. And finally, this is probably the biggest abomination on this list, okay? Singto. Singto in a normal rotation, 21-second skill cooldown, not very good. It extends your rotation by 5 seconds, it's way too much. It's just not worth it. However, Singto's skill applies Hydro, just like Barbara. Which means you can use Burst every other rotation on Singto. And it's still, it's about as good as Yelan. It's about as good as fucking Aino. It's about as good as Farina. It's about as good as Candace C6. It's about it. It's okay. It's a bit more damage than the healer options, and a bit more defensive utility than the damage-only options. I'm happy that Singto is usable in the team, because I feel like they've gone so hard on characters that just don't work well with Singto lately, and Singto's my goat. But not like this. Not like this. This isn't what I wanted. Okay, burst every other rotation Singto, where you do one rotation burst, one rotation skill, and you alternate between the two, is an abomination. It should not exist. I don't like it. Stop. Get some help. Jesus Christ. But yeah, it's pretty good. I'm not gonna name every single Hydro unit, but like, yeah. GG. Finally, we have buffers. Sucrose. Hog. Sucrose is the best buffer, by a pretty decent margin. Sucrose gives you stuff you want. You want Shred, you want EM, you want attack from TTDS. Good stuff. Sucrose is your best buffer. The other buffers are fine, right? You can use Shilonen. Shilonen is okay. Her Shred is full uptime, so you have better uptime on your Shred for Inefa's damage, although it'll be pretty much the same for Flynn's. She provides a bit more energy because she goes Fav, and more importantly, she can heal. The default premium team for Flynn's is Flynn's, Inefa, Sucrose, Hydroflex. And if the Hydroflex you're using isn't a healer, you don't have any healing on the team. So, Shilonen being a functional character here matters a lot. However, Shilonen is worse than Sucrose. By a noticeable amount. So you are sacrificing something for healing, and if you want healing, you're generally better off sacrificing the slightly higher damage from your Hydro slot for healing on a Hydro healer than the damage from Sucrose. Next is Bennett. Bennett is also okay. Pretty similar to Shilonen. It's a little bit worse, but if you end up getting Shred somehow, either because you're against an enemy that has negative resistances, for example, the Cactus boss that's currently in Sigil Onslaught, when you break its shield in the hat phase, it becomes vulnerable for like 1 rotation's worth of time, and during that time, its resistances are set to minus 90%. Right? And so, Shred becomes a lot less valuable. And in those situations, Bennett is actually better than Sucrose. Outside of that, you can get Shred from Vertical Investment Flynn's from his C2. At C2, Bennett is about as good as Sucrose, but he's a healer, unlike Sucrose. So, he will be slightly better. Honestly, I would not recommend using anyone other than these 3. I guess unless you don't have Sucrose and Bennett is used somewhere else and you don't have Shilonen. At that point, just fucking, like, put Aoife doing 1 normal attack and swap out or some shit. We can quickly talk about the other ones, right? We got Llama. Llama is actually a decent option, but unfortunately, the fact that Llama's Ascension passive doesn't increase Hyper Bloom damage when you're in Ascendant Gleam, and the fact that triggering Lunar Charge through a Quicken skips the first instance of Lunar Charge damage. It's aura stuff, it's kind of complicated, but just know that you won't get as much Lunar Charge reaction damage itself with Llama. Those things together make it so that Llama's not that great. Yeah, that plus the nerf to her Holy as well, but yeah. But she is viable, and if you want to play Flynn's in content that favors Bloom stuff, favors Dendro, you can use Llama with them. Other than that, you can use Lanyan. I should say, Llama. If you don't have Inefa as a shielder option, it's okay, I guess. But even if you do have Inefa, if you don't have Sucrose, I'd probably use Lanyan over your other alternatives. You can use... It'll be pretty similar to using Bennett. Other than that, did I miss anyone? We got Yansan, Kazuha, Ventijon, yeah. I'm not gonna write them down. Kazuha, no, don't use Kazuha. Kazuha is so much worse. Longer animations and worse buffs. You shouldn't use him. C2R1 Kazuha provides less stats to Flynn's than Sucrose does. And it has longer animations. Don't use Kazuha. You can use Eon-san if you're like really cooked, really low on options. It works. It's fine. It's not ideal. You can use Venti if you want grouping. All things considered, the team doesn't lose that much DPS from using Venti. For now, I'm assuming that you can properly hit the enemies in Venti Burst. I guess I'll have to test that, but if you can, then Venti will be okay. You can use Zhongli if you want a more comfortable shield. It works. But honestly, just put the Sucrose in the bag, okay? Like, welcome to the sugar factory. Put the Sucrose in the bag and move on. Last thing is Shavars. When you're in content that allows you to trigger Lunar Charge without a Hydro unit on the team, for example, against a Hydro Tulpa, you don't need a Hydro anymore, which means you are now allowed to use Shavars teams. And when you can, Flynn's is actually kind of fucking insane. Flynn's in a Shavars team is really, really good. But only against Hydro-infused enemies like Tulpa. From what I've looked at, I am actually pretty sure that Flynn's... I'm not sure. I'm somewhat confident that Flynn's is the best character in the game against Tulpa. Although, many Tulpas without Dendro or Cryo cooked. But, anyways. Yeah, that pretty much does it. I guess I'll do the constellations. I'm not gonna forget this time. So, constellations. C1 decreases the Northland Spearstorm cooldown to 4 seconds. You can get 3 skills, and therefore 3 mini bursts, instead of 2. You also recover 8 energy whenever you trigger Lunar Charge, up to once every 5.5 seconds, so that's generally 3 times per rotation. So 24 energy, but 1 more mini burst, which costs 30, which effectively means that his ER requirements become 66 instead of, or he needs to generate 66 energy instead of 60, which increases his ER requirements. This makes it so that the big burst playstyle kind of dies, because it's really difficult to fit a big burst in a rotation that also does 3 mini bursts. So that kind of removes that aspect. But it also slightly increases the energy that he needs to, get all his burst stuff. So he doesn't need access to the big burst playstyle as much. Overall, this is around a 20% team DPS increase. It's somewhere between 20 and 25 generally. For Flynn's personal DPS, it's like 30+%. C1 is generally better than R1. R1 and C1 are fairly similar if you're starting from Shovel, but most people that consider vertical investment on Flynn's have a stat stick they can use on him, and if you do, C1 is much better. C2, the Devil's Wall. For the next 6 seconds after using Northland Spearstorm, his next normal attack will deal 50% of his attack as Lunar Charge AoE electro damage. Basically, 50 more motion value to his mini burst. It's not actually on the mini burst, it's on a normal attack before or after the mini burst. It's alright. It's okay. That part is about 10% more DPS. Also, while Flynn's is on the field in Ascendant Gleam. When his electro attacks hit opponents, the opponent's electro res will be decreased by 25% for 7 seconds. Now, since he stays on field for about 10 seconds, and the rotations are 16 seconds, this is permanent uptime. It lasts for 7 seconds, so it'll stay there forever, basically. And this is also about a 10% DPS increase. So both of them together is about 20%. It's a similar percentage increase to what the C1 gives, which means that the C1 versus R1 comparison also applies to C2 versus R1. C3 is burst talent level. Because most of his damage is from the burst, and the talent level increases your value to 142.9, 207.9. Alright. 17% increase to the motion value of the lunar charge. This generally translates to 10-ish%. Yeah, 10-ish% more DPS. That's when getting R1 from a stat stick becomes better than getting a constellation, right? The C3 is generally not as good as getting R1. It's about 10%. C4, 20% attack, 60 more EM. It's around 7%. C5 is less than 1%. Skill damage is worthless, or skill talent levels are worthless. And C6 is a multiplicative 35 plus 10 lunar charge damage for him, and 10 for the rest of the team. This is about a 35-ish% team DPS increase. All in all, Flynn's has some pretty good constellations, all things considered. His C1 and 2 are fairly good. 3 and 4 are like pretty whatever. 5 is pathetic, and 6 is pretty good. But he's a character that's going to feel kind of like Molani in that the early constellations can increase his damage by quite a bit. Not by quite as much as Molani, but it's a similar idea. That being said, he's honestly good enough at C0. So the constellations are far from necessary. And that pretty much does it for the pre-release stuff. Overall, Flynn's is going to be a pretty good character. But not an amazing one. He's... If you want to compare him to the Natlan characters, if you compare him to the early Natlan characters, he is better. But if you compare him to the late Natlan characters, he's as good or worse. Everything considered, his premium teams deal a very similar amount of DPS as Varesa's premium teams. He's just about as strong overall. But Varesa's premium teams aren't as reliant on any other given 5-star. But in exchange, Flynn's teams aren't reliant on 4-star constellations. It's also very likely that Flynn's will get increases in his team's power from future character releases, namely Columbina. But that might happen to Varesa with Durin as well, so who knows. Overall, I'd say that Flynn's is an indicator that they're probably going to continue the power creep trend in non-cry. He's not so strong that he's power creep himself, but he is strong enough that unless Columbina just isn't a support, Columbina will probably make his team's power creep. Or Columbina will be dog shit. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe. Maybe Columbina's just dog shit. Maybe that's the lesson here. Columbina will be an awful character, and she deserves it too. Maybe that's the lesson we need to learn from Flynn's. But yeah, I think he's got a pretty interesting kit. Initially I thought it was kind of just a copy paste with Verissa, and to some extent it kind of still is. But unlike Verissa, he has an actual reason to use his big burst, which I think is really nice. Much like Verissa, though, the fact that he doesn't need to have his full energy to use his mini burst allows for him to hold energy for future rotations if his ER requirements are higher than his current ER is. It allows him to not have to give a fuck about ER at all if you're in Abyss where you start with full energy, because you'll kind of just finish your third chamber before you run into energy problems. It allows for more versatility in rotations. I think it's good stuff. But yeah, all in all, Flynn's looking fairly interesting. I'm pretty excited for him. I'm not going to get him on my main account because I didn't want to get Inefa, and I didn't want to get him either. But I am going for him on my EU account. Looking forward to it. As usual, I hope you learned a thing or two. As a reminder, go check out the guide if there's any questions you have that I haven't answered already in this video. I'll leave a link in the description. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Alright, let me tell the editors. Recorded. Flynn's pre-release. Alright, good stuff. Tomorrow's Llama pre-release. Yeah, I think that might be it for today. I've kind of... Oh yeah, we can do the stall. But I've kind of exhausted my energy. We're on a 9-day streak. That's kind of crazy. It's gonna be a 10-day streak. We stare, we pound, we zilch. Girth. Birth. Fuck. Mirth? Okay. What is mirth? Is that the incense type thing? Or am I thinking about the wrong thing? Happiness. Okay, I was very wrong then. Wait, what am I thinking about? It's myrrh, right? That I'm thinking about? Yeah. It's myrrh. Yeah, it's M-Y-R-R-H. It's like the most fake looking word in the English language, for sure. Party gulp. tablespoon, perhaps. Unable to sleep, awake. Is this edgy, really? Like, I thought edgy, but I dismissed it. But maybe it is. It is edgy. Damn. Sleepy. Tired. Ta-ta. What the fuck? Okay, I don't think it's this. This is pig's tea, pig's thigh, whatever. Aging. Paris. Teaspoon. Huh. Okay. Okay. It's not Kaya, but it's Mondstadt 1.0. Let's try Deluxe. Let's try Barbara. Let's try Sucrose. Uh-oh. Lisa? Whew. I was scared for a second there. So cold, let's hide you in a hat. That's too upbeat for Lynette. Never mind. Okay. This is a shitty voice line. I don't like it. Is that a clothes hanger? It is. The fuck is that doing here, man? Chiori? Oh, right. Okay. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. Bridge. This is Kaya. My goat. My goat! Balls! Bald. Not bald. That's okay. Destruction released long after Bald. Oh, we're cooked. Bro, I don't know recent characters at all. When there's a 2-up arrows, we're so cooked. Late Penacony would be doable, maybe. But like Euphorius and later is cooked. My Day? Okay, it's not Euphorius. Thank God. Thank God. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. So it might be doable then. Would Firefly be 2 arrows? I don't think so. Too early in Penacony to be 2 arrows. Yunli? Yunli came out after I fucking uninstalled, didn't she? Yeah, okay. Easy clap. Me as a child, hook times 10. Wait, I missed the ability. I've seen this before. I've seen this ability before. I have seen this. This is a win character, I think. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm an idiot. I've definitely seen. I have to have seen this before. I've definitely seen this before. Dude, what the fuck is this? Am I an idiot? Who else is Wind? That's Ratio? Really? Why? Okay. A medal. Who's a champ? Luca is a champ. Bronia is an 07. Lightning. I feel like the medal is weird for him, though. Yeah, whatever. Is it a Bende? Not a Bende, that's okay. Is it an... Oh, it's not Ellen, no. Let's try a... Billy Kid Day. It's not a Billy Kid Day. GG. It is an attack character. Let's try... Sorry, it's not... No. Who's an attack from 1.0? Corrin? No, Corrin's physical. Anton is Bellabog. What the fuck is Jufufu? Okay. I can't. Fucking ZZZ, man. Fucking ZZZ, dude. Soldier, it's not fire. Who else is attacked from 1.0? Julian. Oh. Alright, bye. Alright, bet. Ooh, that's a big angle, man. What the fuck? Man, that's a fucking 350. 352. Alright, not bad. Let's do the spell check. Okay, I've never heard this word before. I'm just gonna go with a phonetic spelling. GG. Ain't no way I say I'm gonna go with a phonetic spelling and they follow it up with a phonics, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't remember the last time I said the word phonetic on my stream. Like, what the fuck type of pre-played is this bullshit, man? Wait, was it marsupials or marsupial? It's like it's probably an adjective of like relating to Burkina Faso, but okay. I feel like I always get this wrong. There's two P's, right? Yeah. Okay. Probably like this then, right? Yeah. It's French. I'm gonna go with a French spelling. GG. I got cooked. GG. Damn. Burkinabe. Oh. Damn. Okay, that was a good one today, though. That was a good one. That was a good one. That was a good one for sure. Let's do the any guesser. Wait. Is this Spice and Wolf? Thank you, title clue. What the fuck? We'll find it, chat. We'll fucking find it. We'll fucking find it. Oh, is it that? My instant death? No, it's not. My life after I became a dummy head mic one morning. What the fuck? It's this one, I think. Yeah. We found it. GG! Easy clap. I love the alphabet, dude. We found it. I feel like I'm supposed to know this, but I don't. Maybe I'm not supposed to know this. I don't know. That was not a good performance, my god. Who the hell is this? That's Dora of the Desert from Naruto. Okay. GG. Yo. What's his name again? Is it Tegan? No. Fuck. No, it's not. What the fuck am I yapping about? My brain is contaminated by me wishing every character was Reagan. That's on me, man. Fuck, I forgot his name. Whatever. That's from Bakuman. I don't remember his name, chat. GG. Oh, is that the... Right. That's the not very nice lady. I don't know any of these. That looks like it would be from a show that has witch in the title. Brave Witches. It was from Little Witch Academia. Wrong witch. GG. 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 Ooh. Less than 7.3 from 2018. Dog shit show from 2018, Chad. Go. Boruto? Is that 2018? 2017. Not that dog shit. 7 Deadly Sins? That's gotta be before that. Yeah, it's 2014. It is A1 Pictures. Darling in the Franxx? Wow. Crazy. Alright. I see. No clue. Ah! What is with this ASMR voice lines during the opening? What the fuck? I don't know what this is. Hmm. That has an isekai vibe, but I don't recognize it. Oh! Fuck, what's it called? Fuck, what's it called? Oh no. Shit. No. Fuck, I forgot what it's called. I'll. Oh. Yeah, it's this one. 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 Yeah. Listen, I didn't remember what it was, but I remembered the general shape of the letters. Okay, that's how my brain works for these things. All right. Listen. Listen. Okay, listen. Sorry. All right. GG, I guess. That was not a good performance, but it's okay. Anyways, chat. That's gonna be it for today. I'm gonna go post the I Know pre-release. So you guys should go watch it. As usual. If you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. But if you are too lazy, I understand. I'll post the link in chat. Here it is. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!